Ooh. Haha. Yes.
No shame.
Excellent. Yeah.
Oh, we want
That's, yeah. Good. Testing. We're in business. Awesome. Okay, so is this a sufficient volume, you think? Well, thank you.
On that computer. So start downloads.
It's open now.
Cool. This computer is going pretty fast. Okay, so how do we want to like save everything on
Well,
the desktops here?
I want to save all the PC ones here.
Yeah.
So I'll pull it up here, I guess. Do you want to save on maybe
Yeah.
just on the desktop in order or something?
Yeah. So, yeah, do we want to have some sort of like numbering, or we'll just know which presentation is next?
I think numbering would be good.
Okay.
I think
schedule.
awesome.
Wow. Hand delivering things.
Yeah. How you feel special?
I feel, but I have to do my own string.
Yeah. I mean, there
Wow.
are strings attached.
Ha 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 ha. Wah, wah.
Where's Alex?
He's in the other room.
Yeah. Okay. So overview.
No. No overview. So it's nice that we won't have to do mic setup in between each one.
Yeah. That's great. So some people have like PDF and PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Both
If they have the option,
to do PDF.
yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, we've got the mic pointing at us. faster to just transfer download them.
Yeah. This computer should be fast. Well, we're gonna need them all on that Mac.
So if you want, just download them all, and then I'll just transfer them all to this flash
Okay.
drive, and then I can transfer them to that.
Sure. Download where? Yeah, maybe not. Okay. I mean, it said download all. That's exactly.
I think it probably did, is doing it, but it's just. That's fantastic.
Yes. Just click if you want. It might be faster if you just what do you mean?
Like if you just do it out of this, then we open up downloads and just.
Oh, yeah, but I'll just so they're on this computer.
Oh, you mean on that computer, just open up downloads and just.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, because that's really slow and this one's really slow, so we're downloading one here and transferring it. At least the loaded page, this one hasn't even, oh, this one says you're not connected to the network.
Loaded. I'll try to download it.
This one says it's not connected to the internet.
All right, so I got them all on here.
I know this. Thank you.
Oh, it's not connected to it. Well, it's fine.
Yeah, hopefully. That explains why it's so slow.
Thank you so much for. Ready? Good, are you?
Saving them to like the whole one.
I was just.
Maybe we should make an agenda then, which ones are PC or which are Macs.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, we have a complete list of ones.
So,
So this one's PC.
I'll take care of it. You can tell as well.
Okay, sure. Oh, yes, yes, sure. But thanks anyway, like that. Yeah, it's good to do. Yeah. We need like before I talk. So. Good, right? Yeah.
There's only one for Danielle.
Yeah.
Nobody has. Oh, I guess it just has them all as one maybe.
That one might be Randall.
Hi,
Maybe
just want to check how the AV system
Oh, yeah.
works. Are you going to be miking people? Or
We're just using this.
just this,
Yeah.
great. So everyone's right here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. There's no feedback.
Right.
Like last
So what
time.
we did was this mic and this one go through here. And we have
Hey.
It's usually this schedule
Mhm.
planned
Great.
every single
Great.
time except my.
And is there a pointer up here?
Oh, oh.
So it's like a green.
Oh, yeah, the schedule.
That's a very good question.
Well, you'll probably.
I'm sure Brenda
find
has
somewhere.
one. Let me go find it.
And sorry, one more question. What was it? Oh, and the speakers will be driving their own slides.
Right. Yeah. One thing we are doing is the live stream is a little bit separate. So that computer right there is the one.
Yeah, USB is not showing up on this computer. Oh, like as a device.
It's really slow, so that
I
might
guess
be-
it's still, yeah, I think it's still like installing. It's open behind that one.
Ah, there we go.
Oh, okay, cool.
Or, sorry, because I clicked on that thing. You can probably,
Okay.
or just, yeah. It looks like we're missing two.
Awesome.
So that's, what is Harvard 2014?
Oh, is that your presentation?
No.
No, we don't need this one. One thing I might do is a new folder.
Okay. So two presentations aren't here.
The PC one is from
Yes, yes, you can. Okay, sorry.
Not easy talking through, but yeah, no, it'd be good to sit down and talk in person. It's, I find usually it's just, here's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
So you got them as backup, basically.
Yeah.
But,
I'll just present the PowerPoint ones.
okay, so yeah, you've got Krista. Yeah. So we're missing these two that are circled. I'm assuming that Danielle's are just together, or else maybe actually. Oh no, his is on PC.
I haven't seen Danielle yet.
Is it necessarily surprising?
Yes.
Oh, also our mic is on.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be here on time. It's still early.
We might want to test the sound for the other room and make sure that, like, but can you guys talk into that for a bit? And I'll sound.
All right, we're okay. Starting now. So we're testing.
This computer
Let's make
is
sure.
really slow. I think it's still downloading one. Yeah. Okay.
Testing. It's my new folder dance too. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Monday morning. Oh, okay. It's everywhere.
You left them all on there though, right? On the,
These are just the PC ones.
but they're still on the flash. Like all of them are on the flash.
Oh
drive?
yeah.
Awesome.
Okay,
And when you're done, then I'll.
but I don't. One's still like trying to go.
Was that something that you tried to copy
It's-
over and it's just still going?
Yeah, but like it's not making any progress. Let's try again.
You might cancel the other one first. and-
Yeah.
Yes. Come on, baby. We can do this.
Trying to do way too much.
Yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah. I don't think you had it that way. But I don't remember. I think you were looking at this before. Yeah, we wanted to. Yeah, I think that's good.
Testing. Did you hear that?
A little bit. Yeah. Let's just check.
How does it sound?
Talking. Okay.
Is that talking normal?
I think so.
This is like normal volume. I can't really hear it up here, but it might not be a problem. I'll check
Also,
the other
I think
room.
some people are loud. So if we're talking at this volume, testing. How about like this? That seems. But if I'm standing back here, maybe it's better. Yeah. So, okay.
This must be a really big PDF.
Oh my gosh.
Is
One
PowerPoint
item.
version.
It's only 5.
Yeah, but like there should only be 4 files. What is this one? Did it work? Oh, yeah. It's 4 computer. Oh yeah. Okay.
Awesome. Oh my gosh. You thought it was done.
We just had 3 for each. So far.
Oh, I have to go put up the poster.
You can go do that.
I need my key.
Oh. Is it in your office?
Yeah.
Your other office? So
Yeah.
I can't help you there.
Yeah. I mean, no, there's not going to be anyone there this early.
Oh, really? It's just very, very slow. Or that, you turn on that speech volume.
Once Rich gets here, we can talk to him about it a bit.
Yeah. He said he was going to get here at 8.
Yeah. So he'll be here soon.
That's crazy that that's taking so long.
I want to make sure all these open. No.
It's not connected to the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
But I'm trying to just open these. This has been slow. That's good. Might want to keep them all open then.
Yeah. So for the PDFs, actually, we could do it on the other computer.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, they're all as
Oh, this
PDFs.
whole computer's just.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Is this an EPS computer?
Yeah.
I mean, at least for this morning, all 3 of them are PDFs, so we can definitely do them all on the Mac.
Yeah, what is going on?
Are they all on there? Got rid of them. Good morning. How are you? Oh, okay. Awesome.
Maybe if you turn the volume down on the computer, you did that, I'm sure already. And I think we had the volume a little lower there. And your mic is already on?
Six on here.
So you found everything okay? Good?
Yeah. We forgot to turn that thing.
Oh, a little while.
You know, like the shoe.
Oh, the receiver's house, yeah.
Are they all?
We were wondering what's going
For
on.
this morning's section. But I think some pieces.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, but at least for the morning session.
Yeah,
they
no,
might-
we're all set for the first section.
And it looks like it's not copying anymore. I'm trying to see. Ah. Oh, no, it's still going.
Jeff, do you want to talk to me about it?
Sure, testing. And here's if I were presenting a talk, I might just be.
It could be slightly, but I mean, I'd rather doubt it.
It's got two. It's got two.
Should we just,
Yeah, I mean, we can
Yeah, maybe we should just cancel.
turn down the mic itself and boost up the room volume a little bit, but then you're gonna get some more echo. Yeah, I made some slight adjustments.
Oh,
Sounds
good.
great.
So, okay, I'm glad. So what was it then?
Well, I don't know, I just adjusted the volume a little bit. I knocked this down a tiny bit and then boosted this a tiny bit. But this way you're getting less from that mic.
That's great.
Any other questions? Are you all set for a while?
how's the other room?
Yeah, I noticed the projector was on, but the computer.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Is he still doing the stream?
This computer is so slow.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is gonna, be active. But they're all on.
Did you check it already? Or?
I'll go check.
Do you have any advice on this? We borrowed this PC and it's just really, really slow. It was trying to copy over like a 500 kilobyte file and it was taking forever. So we canceled its copying, but it's now just sitting here.
I don't. I can loan you another computer, but that might take extra.
Yeah.
If everything's already loaded on this, but it's up to you.
I don't think we really have anything loaded on this. We just need a PC that will work faster, I think.
If there's one I can give you to try, so. Yeah.
That would be great, actually. Thanks.
Why don't you say hello to Rachel, because you can wave. We actually can't see you, so you don't have to wave.
Hi. Hi. How you doing? How you doing? Good? Yeah. How's life? Sorry, this is like very surprising. By the way, the mic is live, just to let you know. So you're being broadcast worldwide. Just want to let you know. No, but I have a friend. Cool.
There should be. Oh. There should be like no others. Because I waited until it sounded like the live stream.
Yours?
Yeah, but it's really echoey in there.
Well, it is kind of an empty room. It's going to sound a little bit, you mean echoey from here or?
Yeah,
Okay.
from here. Oh, do you want to move this computer?
Well, I think, yeah, Jess said that one was very slow.
Yeah.
so-
I can say what we did or did not do at the night.
So it's just got to load up.
Great, thank you. Is there a password with it or anything?
It should be fine. I logged into my account because it's like my test computer. So it should stay on for the whole time. If
Okay.
not, I'm right over, where I'm.
Okay, but for like tomorrow?
Do you still need it tomorrow too?
Yeah, I think we need a PC the whole
Right, okay.
conference. But I don't know if, like maybe we can try and get the other one to be less slow.
Yeah, if not, I'll maybe
Yeah.
reconfigure this or something.
Oh.
Well, she was going to. I don't know if she ever did. This one will be a
so
little
maybe
faster,
we
I think. But we'll try the other one tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. And then maybe we'll borrow one from Brenda, and then
Okay.
thanks. It is really echoey in the other room,
Yeah.
and I was trying to see if like
What is my thing?
I'm gonna check. But it's not echoey on the live stream.
Just pull it up.
It wasn't on my
Is it
computer.
Yeah. Because, if there's no one in that room, it's going to sound a little echoey.
Did you hear it in there?
Yeah.
It sounds fine on here.
We're fairly far away from the microphone there, so. As I said, I can knock down this, and it means we have to raise this, in which case then it may sound more echoey from the source. You give me just a minute to go into the other room. and then you can talk.
I'm ready to go to search for as kind of, vegan,
Oh, yeah.
I was like,
cool. Okay, cool. Next. Cool. So next time, should you put it left?
oh, really?
Cool, that's brilliant. So, what about Yeah. That's okay.
Oh, yeah. Yes, good to see you. How are you? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Lee. Okay, those things have high vapor pressure, so you got to make sure that nobody walks off with it. Okay. Thank you. You can put that first slide on.
Oh, yeah. I thought I did. Oh, you know, but it's not here. Oh.
Yeah, you can just leave it on. Oh, yeah. Okay, so people will just click on the laptop to advance the slides?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, this computer is way faster.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, this one is this
Well,
Danielle's?
it's actually got on the internet. No,
Yeah.
this was from Rich.
Oh, great. That was awesome.
And Tessa's laser pointer.
Excellent. Go Lee.
Okay. But at least for the first session.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, it's probably better to just stick on the Mac.
But how's the other
The other room seems fine. Yeah, I think same as it was. But, oh, we need presentations from her.
Sorry.
Did we get one from Andrea Moore yet? She was supposed to give us one. She was supposed to give us one. Okay. The sooner the better.
No, that's not okay.
Yeah. Definitely sooner the better, though. Actually, I guess.
Yeah, I think lastly, it's a PowerPoint to be shown on the
Yeah. Oh, they're right there.
Oh, yeah, that's. Oh, there's like. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I didn't.
So just to check that. Oh, we're doing them all. Yeah. We're doing all.
Just a minute to see if I need to ask you to wave. Yeah, I'll just that's all. Yeah, what I want to do is show the audience.
So you're doing the live streaming. I can do Oh yeah.
I don't suggest green a darker, a little bit more viewable. So if you switch the lights to that,
Okay, so in the future, we'll just press this.
it's podium light, podium high, yeah, because it still focuses right around here. And just keep in mind, people don't have to speak into the mic.
We have a house school with a mic. Oh, people use it? Yeah. Can this,
You can, yeah, you can.
can it take it out? Oh, that's wonderful.
Real close, it picks up pretty nice.
Yeah, you would probably, you turn it on?
It's on.
It's on already.
Are we going to leave it on?
Rich from AB Services.
Nice to meet you, Rich.
Yeah, when you're done, you can just put it back here.
Okay.
You want to have the mic maybe about here.
Okay. Great. Oh, okay. There's a hush in the room, so let's get started without delay. My name is Daniel Jacob, and I'm very excited to be opening this 7th International GeoSCAM meeting. For many of you here in the room, this feels like a reunion. To me, it definitely does. Others, this is your first GeoSCAM meeting, and I hope that you find it very profitable and that you find the GeoSCAM community to be welcoming and collaborative and with high standards and a spirit of sharing. This is what we are all about. I want to start just by thanking all of you for being here. Many of you have traveled to get here, some from very far away, and I'm very grateful for this. I want to express my appreciation to our sponsors, NASA, NSF, NCAS, EPRI, Harvard. I want to thank Brenda Mathieu, who's in the back, my assistant, who's making everything happen. I want to thank my grad students for all pitching in and serving as the home team. And with this, I would like just to pass on the mic to my co-model scientist, Randall Martin, who I also need to thank for having put together the agenda for this meeting, a Herculean task, and he's going to tell us all about it. Randall?
Thank you, Danielle. And thank you to so many of you who have contributed to the agenda, including the GeoSCAM Steering Committee, Danielle, and those of you who provided feedback at the end of IGC 6. Let's see which slide. Which one? Sorry. So there are a few overarching objectives which bring us together. The first of which is science. That's our passion. Second, we're really fortunate to be part of such a warm community with shared altruistic interests. And many of us already have friendships here across the community and collaborations. And we want to provide space to nurture those relationships, both informally and formally through clinics to bring everyone up to speed, and through working groups. Working groups are a major part of this overall agenda. We're in that smaller group. All of you can actively participate to share your ideas, your vision on how GeoSCAM should be taken over the next few years. The scientific impact of GeoSChem has grown phenomenally over the last decade, as you can see from the chart below. And it's through your ideas that that growth can continue. This growth to date is a testament to many of you who are here in the room already. And finally, we'll have a business meeting to bring together the ideas from the working group activities. Now, the more specific agenda contains that balance between science and a users meeting. And we'll start today in the users meeting this morning with a broad overview of the model and sharing many of the exciting activities that have occurred over the last couple years, as well as some working group introductions. Then we'll move into science in the afternoon. And to reflect on that science, I created a word map of all of the titles that were submitted to the agenda. And it's fun to see what that says about GeoSChem. Some of the things that I like to see are the words using and observations, where it implies that the model is being applied in a variety of ways to interpret a suite of observations. We'll begin this afternoon with a couple words that appeared frequently in that word map: aerosols and chemistry. Then we'll continue on into the clinics and the poster session this evening. Then throughout the rest of the week, we'll have a range of scientific presentations, primarily in the morning, and spanning from chemistry, climate, the nitrogen and carbon cycles, mercury, out to tropospheric ozone. Then in the afternoon is where we'll devote the time to those important working group meetings. On the last day, we'll have a brief awards ceremony for the poster introductions led by Matt Evans, and then have a final business meeting to bring everything together. We do have a packed agenda, and we need everyone's help to stay on time. Those of you with oral presentations, you have 7 minutes for your presentation. Reserve the remaining 3 minutes for a vibrant question and answer period. It has been in the past. It's been really active, and that's really impressive, I think, to have that. And those of you with posters, you have 30 seconds for your introduction. Focus on your main point. You should have already received the instructions for uploading talks. Those of you with oral presentations, your talk should be uploaded before the break, before your session. Those of you with posters, your introductory slide should be uploaded the night before so that it can be collated into the slideshow that's being used. Finally, in the development of this agenda, we reflected heavily upon the feedback that we received from IGC6. And that includes posters are now numbered, there are poster session chairs, there are slightly fewer oral talks to reduce the overall intensity of the meeting. If you have ideas on how this could be improved, make note of them and be prepared to submit them on Thursday on the feedback forums to make IGC 8 even better than IGC 7. With that, let me thank you for your attention. Time for questions on the agenda if there are any. Oh, I did forget to introduce the time cards, which the session chairs will be using to help keep you on time. So I'll pass that over to Yuhang right now. And with that, I'll turn the floor over to Daniel Jacob.
Thank you very much, Randall. Okay, my task in this opening presentation is to give a 10-minute overview of a GeoSChem model focusing on recent developments and on really the point of us all being together here, and in particular of your participation in this meeting. So GeoSChem is a global 3D Eulerian model of atmospheric composition. It's been developed in partnership with the NASA Goddard Earth Observing System, and it is driven by meteorological data from the NASA GEOS system. It can also be driven by other meteorological data sets, and we'll talk about this later on. But those data are used to solve the continuity equations for coupled chemicals and aerosols in the atmosphere, and the model is used for a very, very wide range of applications. As Randall pointed out, it is in particular a very popular and useful tool for the interpretation of atmospheric observations. It tries hard to stay at the state of a science and in fact to push the envelope in terms of our knowledge of atmospheric composition. A broad category of applications involves sensitivity analyses and inversions, and for this we have the adjoint of the model that was developed by Davin Henze from University of Colorado, and Davin serves as the model adjoint scientist, and he will be talking right after me. GeoSChem has a range of model capabilities that all of you in the room have been using to various degrees. Here I've underlined those capabilities that we did not have when we met last time, 2 years ago. The first one is stratospheric chemistry that was developed by Seb Eastham and Stephen Barrett at MIT for purposes of simulating the effects of aviation on atmospheric composition. And this is an extremely powerful capability that allows us now essentially to model the full atmospheric column up to the stratopause. And in particular, it is very useful for the interpretation of satellite observations. We also have been pushing the envelope in terms of the horizontal resolution of the model. And this is really thanks to the driving efforts at NASA Goddard to provide us always with higher resolution meteorological data, and then we follow and we try to meet the challenge of working with those data and have a higher resolution model. And here I want to acknowledge the work of Yuxuan Wang and Libao Chao at Tsinghua, and Lin Jiang from PKU, Jenny Fisher, University of Wollongong, as well as my Harvard crew led by Patrick Kim, Karen Yu, Katie Travis, for making this high-resolution version of GeoSChem happen, and you will see many results from that today. I will also point out that we have revolutionized the way that we deal with emissions and other input data in the model, and that's thanks to the work of Christoph Keller here at Harvard with a new module called HEMCO. And with HEMCO, and you'll hear about this from Christoph, you can use any configuration of the emission inventories in your model. You can choose from a set of libraries of emission inventories, or you can bring in your own. On any grid with any scaling factors, any mass, you can mix and match things, and you can do this without touching the source code, without recompiling the code. It's just a configuration file. This really revolutionizes the way that we're going to be able to work with a model, and it is in the latest version of a model that was just released this past week. Perhaps the most fundamental change in GeoSChem over the past couple of years is one that you have not noticed. GeoSChem is now grid independent, and it's compatible with the Earth System Modeling Framework, or ESMF. This means that GeoSChem operates on individual columns. So it's really a 1D model. You pass on to the model the coordinates for which you want to do the calculation, and then it updates the chemical concentrations. And you specify all of this at runtime. Now, I say most of you don't even know this, right? And this is the genius of Bob Yantoska and Mike Long, who have spearheaded this, is that they have made all this happen while being totally transparent to users, and there's no perturbation to the standard model. Most of you are using, and will continue to use for a long time, what we call at Harvard the GeoSChem Classic. That is, GeoSChem without any ESMF and using the standard data sets that we get from NASA Goddard, from the GEOS system on a fixed grid, and this is fine. And you can run GeoSChem the way you have always done it, and you just skip the ESMF step. But if you work with ESMF, if you take advantage of this full new power, it's amazing what you can do. You can run the model with MPI, distributed memory parallelization. So you can work on massively parallel infrastructures. And this will allow you, in particular, to run the model at very high resolution, to couple chemistry and aerosol microphysics, to do all kinds of wonderful things. It will also allow you to run GeoSChem with any metrological data set on any grid. It can be cubed sphere, it can be isocahedral, it can be whatever. It doesn't matter. You just feed in the coordinates, and GeoSChem will update the concentrations. And depending on what kind of grid you use, you may have to provide your own transport. But basically, you have this capability. And last but not least, this enables GeoSChem to be an atmospheric chemistry module for Earth system models. And I want to elaborate on this. And this is what we call GeoSChem HP. Okay, before I go on to this, let me insist that GeoSChem HP and GeoSChem Classic, and pretty soon we'll lose those two denominations because they use exactly the same code. Okay, it's exactly the same code. Any updates made to one version goes to the other version. Basically, the only thing that's different is whether you use the ESMF layer or not. Okay, let me talk about GeoSChem as a chemical module for Earth system models. And this is work that has been a collaboration with the NASA Goddard Group that's led by Stephen Pawson, in that you can take GeoSChem, strip out the transport, and you get out of this a chemical module that you can interface with any Earth system model that will do atmospheric dynamics and transport, that will do whatever you want to do in the ocean, whatever you want to do in land ecosystems, in the cryosphere, and so on. Basically, you have a chemical module that you can use to update chemical concentrations. And this is a system that is now working in the GEOS data assimilation system, and we're going to hear from this in presentations today, but it can really be used in any Earth system model. The beautiful thing about it, and something that I think is very unique, is that, again, the GeoSChem configured as an Earth system module and a Earth system module and going into ESMs uses exactly the same code as a standalone GeoSChem. There is absolutely no difference. As I was telling you, GeoSChem pushes the envelope on modeling of atmospheric composition. It's very nimble to updates from its user community. And what we're doing here is we're ensuring that whatever developments we're making to the standalone model automatically, seamlessly get passed to the chemical module, which in that way never gets obsolete and is always referenceable to the latest version of GeoSChem. Okay, now beyond these major software engineering developments, and for which I really need to recognize the GMAO group that's represented here with Stephen Pawson and Eric Nelson and Andrea Malad, we have a steady stream of scientific developments in GeoSChem. And here, I want to insist on the fact that GeoSChem, being a grassroots model, all of the scientific development is driven by its users. It's driven by you. And we're counting on you to develop modules, to report problems, and to essentially contribute to the model in that way. Now, this is going to be a very important purpose of this meeting, is that we need to lay out a blueprint for development of the model over the next 2 years. And we're going to be counting on the information that we're getting from the working group. So working group chairs have a spreadsheet, and their task at their working group breakout meetings is to fill out a spreadsheet with input from all of you as to the developments that are currently done or in the pipeline or planned, their priority for inclusion in the standard model. And what we will do on the final day is collate those spreadsheets and come up with a 2-year plan. Okay, this is what we need to do. This is what the user community wants, and we'll do it. And I got to say, with some pride, that over the past 2 years, we have implemented almost everything that was set as a goal in IGC 6. And we had done the same thing before from IGC 5 to IGC 6. So we can do it, and we look forward to the input from the community for that purpose. Now, once we get this blueprint, the task, of course, will be to make it happen. And for this, I really want to recognize the efforts of the GeoSCAM support team, and that includes a number of people. I'm not going to introduce them. I presume Bob will introduce them. Bob is our model engineer here, and he will be talking right after me. But they have been doing an incredible work in terms of implementing those priorities. And I also want to recognize the GeoSCAM steering committee, made up of the working group chairs, representatives from GMAO, a couple model scientists, model engineer, a few members at large, who provide the supervision for those developments. And very importantly, you know, we only have meetings every 2 years. In the meantime, things change, and we need to update our priorities. We need to figure out, okay, you know, if something doesn't really work as it should, what do we do? And most importantly, we have to tirelessly evaluate the benchmarks of the model. And this is one of our biggest job of GeoSCAM steering committee, is to make sure that as we put in all those updates to the model continuously, we don't break the model. And believe me, a model is very easily broken, and when that happens, it becomes very difficult to trace it back to what it was before, and we make sure that we keep GeoSCAM pure. All right, I often hear from users, okay, how can I contribute more to GeoSCAM? And my answer is, well, you contribute to GeoSCAM just by using it. Of course, the more users we have for the model, the better. We ask you, of course, to publish your results, and when you do, to be generous in citations or in co-authorship, if appropriate, with the model developers. Not with me. I don't need any more papers, thank you. And this is not how I get my brownie points. Okay. You can report bugs, share model developments, keep up with the models. This is very important. Be active with your working groups. Consult the wiki page. Update to the latest version of the model. You can't do this all the time, but as you start a new project, update to the new version of the model. This is really important. Very important. Keep up the spirit. You own the model. We're counting on community ownership and volunteerism. And this sounds corny, but it really goes a long way. And this is what has made GeoSCAM so successful. Now, some of you may be interested in stepping up your service to the model. If you're interested in chairing a working group or serving on the steering committee, please talk to me. We'll make sure that we can make it happen now we're in the future. With this, I want to thank you very much for your attention. And thank you for being here.
Well, this is really a session that needs really no introduction, but I'll try to say as little as possible.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity for letting me be here and tell you about the GeoSCAM adjoint model. It's nice to see so many familiar faces, nice to see a lot of new faces here. The adjoint model group is now more than 50 users at about 20 institutions, and here I'm going to show some material put together by myself as well as the co-chairs of the data assimilation working group, and we also have our adjoint modeling programmer Janko Davila, who's here as well. So in case you're new to this meeting, you may not have heard about adjoint model before, so very quickly I'll just summarize what an adjoint model is. It's the particular form of GeoSCAM that we use for evaluating the sensitivity of individual model outputs with respect to all of the different model inputs. Right? And so this type of sensitivity calculation can be used for many different purposes, and we tend to sort of group those purposes in two general areas. And the first is for sensitivity analysis and for source attribution. We're looking at particular model responses, and in this example, we're looking at some results from Hyungmin Lee and Fabien Palot, who are analyzing the deposition of reactive nitrogen in specific national parks. So on the lower left, they're looking at the amount of nitrogen in the Rocky Mountain National Park, and the adjoint model is telling you where did this reactive nitrogen come from. So it gives you a spatial plot of all the different emissions and how much they contribute to the reactive nitrogen in this one location. And in each grid cell, the adjoint model is going to tell you the contribution in terms of the species that were contributing to nitrogen deposition and also the sectors. And every time we want to then look at a different location, we need to run the adjoint model again. So this is 4 different adjoint model runs giving us footprints of reactive nitrogen deposition for 4 different parks. So it's useful for source attribution questions that focus on a particular single model output like reactive nitrogen deposition in a park. Here I'm going to cover a lot of current and new research activities, and I've tried to highlight in blue the folks who I'm pretty sure are here and talking about this particular subject, but there's other people who are also here, maybe not talking about this subject, but you can hear more about these activities by going to the posters and oral sessions. I think I counted close to 30 different presentations this week that are using the adjoint model in some form or another. So the source attribution studies have focused on things like climate, so a single metric that people are interested in would be radiative forcing. People are looking at concentrations in particular locations that relate to air quality. A new area that the adjoint model is being applied to is looking at health impacts, so not just looking at concentration, but looking at the estimated mortalities or exposure owing to PM 2.5 or ozone. Adjoint model sensitivities are used in design of potential satellite missions and for understanding the information that we get from current inversion systems. And lastly, another new area, people are using the adjoint model to look at the sources that contribute to deposition, as I showed previously. So here's a new result from a paper submitted by Lin Zhang. And this is, again, a very new development for the adjoint model that we have now in a branch as of last week. Lin ported the model to finally run at the 1/4 degree resolution. So these plots show the contribution to PM 2.5 in Beijing. That's located with the little circle. And the maps are showing you the amount in this direction by species and in the horizontal direction by sector, of which different aerosol precursors contribute to the PM 2.5 in Beijing. So this is just a snapshot of one of the newer features of the model is running at that resolution. Another class of applications that the adjoint model is used for focus on a very specific type of model response, and that is indicated here as J. That's our cost function, which is related to the sum of the squared error between your model and some observational data set. So this is used for the general purpose of inverse modeling or data assimilation. When we consider this particular model metric and use the adjoint to calculate the derivative of that metric, those derivatives then can be combined with an optimization tool to adjust parameters such that next time we run the model, this J, this difference between our model and observations, has decreased. So you apply the adjoint in this iterative process where we hopefully reduce the difference between the model and observations by adjusting parameters. So this is the general inverse modeling process. And an example shown on the lower right, work from Zhejiang, assimilating MOPIT multispectral data and constraining CO fluxes in North America. So this is, again, a lot of what the adjoint model is used for is inverse modeling of sources. So here we have our emissions GIF running backwards because it's the inverse of it. That's my joke for this talk. A lot of these studies are inspired by different data sets because it's really the data that drives this. And so people are using remote sensing data of aerosols or of aerosol precursors. There's a lot of new activity using remote sensing and in situ measurements of greenhouse gases to look at greenhouse gas fluxes of methane, CO2, and N2O. And then there's also a body of work ongoing looking at constraining sources of the more reactive species of ozone precursors. And in the lower left, I like to single out this one activity looking at ozone dry deposition because of all of these in the reactive gas phase section. This is the one that's actually optimizing the sink, not the sources. So that's sort of a new thing that people are looking at with this tool. Also, the adjoint model is used to sort of study and further the science of data assimilation and work on new assimilation methods such as weak constraint 40VAR, model reduction, or hybrid methods between the mass balance and 40VAR approaches, which we'll hear more about this week. So to sum up, the adjoint model is based on a version of the forward model, which has the following features. We track this version unique from the development of the forward model itself because it sort of doesn't exactly correspond to any single version of the forward model. So we call this version, the current one is version 35G, and it has support now for things shown in red are the sort of the new additions, thanks to Lin Zhang, GeosFP at the 1/4 degree resolution. We don't include all of the physics and chemistry in the forward model. So for example, the PBL non-local mixing scheme or some of the more advanced aerosol physics and chemistry are not included. The UCX and HEMCO processes are sort of works in progress. This process is really just driven by individual research group interests and who wants to tackle what problem and what that involves as far as getting that particular piece of code ported into the adjoint model. And so sometimes that interest or advancement will actually happen ahead of the forward model. For example, the N2O simulation from Kelly Wells. Other parts of this model tend to lag behind the forward model. As I mentioned, we have new features to the adjoint specifically as far as what it's capable of. Again, things in red are sort of new since IGC6. Ability to look at exposure or deposition, the ability to more efficiently output sensitivities with respect to reaction rates, or different sets of these parameters jointly or in aggregated fashion. And lastly, a big development and a big emphasis from the past year was looking at the ability to estimate the error in these inverse modeling applications, so to evaluate the posterior error reduction. And this is using techniques that glean information from the optimization process itself, or that use Monte Carlo simulations, or that use a combination of those two approaches to estimate the error reduction in an inverse modeling application. So this has been used for OSSI studies and greenhouse gas fluxes, and also constraints on black carbon emissions. So lastly, I'd invite you to come and track our progress. Probably the entry point to looking at what's going on in this group is the wiki. That's where we keep track of sort of what features have recently been implemented as far as updates or bug fixes. That's where the benchmarking information is displayed. The next link here is for the GitLab. So once you have access to the code, you might be making your own branch here if you want to co-develop a branch with people in other locations, so you can see what activities people are doing. And lastly, if you're really involved in this code and you want to know what the development cycle is as far as which updates are prioritized in the model in which order, which bugs we fix, which things are sort of on our wish list, there's a Trello board for tracking that activity. So I'll just throw these up here to end with and encourage you to get in touch with us if you're interested in using the model, these pages, and if you have time, I invite you to come to the Adjoint Modeling Clinic, which is happening this evening at 5. And with that, I'll take any questions. Save your questions for the clinic.
All right, Bob is going to talk about these for key activities.
All right, well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here today. So let me start off by introducing the GEOS Chem support team. I'd like to ask all the members either to stand up or wave just to be acknowledged. So at Harvard, in addition to myself, we have Melissa Soprizio here in the front row. And we also have Matt Yannetti, who's sitting somewhere in the back there. And Lizzie Lundgren right here in the front row. Matt and Lizzie are 2 new members of the GEOS Chem support team this year. And Mike Long is now, I guess, in the cloud. He physically sits in North Carolina, but he's still working with us. Working with Randall at Dalhousie University is Junwei Zhu, and working with Davin at Colorado is Janko Davila. Now, Junwei mostly focuses on processing the data fields, the MET fields, into a form that GEOS Chem can read and storing them and so forth and so on. And as Davin just said, Janko is our adjoint support guru. And the rest of us work on all these other aspects of software development, benchmarking, and high-performance computing, which we'll talk about shortly. So there are 3 main areas that I want to talk about today, what we do as the GEOS Chem support team. So the first area is that we are here to support the GEOS Chem user community. And if you're a new member of the GEOS Chem user community, we welcome you to the community, give you instructions on how you can download the source code, the MET fields, the emissions data, and all that stuff. And we'll share with you some of our supporting software, you know, stuff like GAMAP, which is our visualization software that you can use to plot GEOS Chem results. And as you become a more advanced GeoSChem user, or if you are already an advanced GeoSChem user, and you have that great new feature that you want to put back into the model, we're there to help you as well. We'll make sure that your source code gets checked into our repository using our version control system, which is Git. And we do a lot of things like debugging, testing, and validating and benchmarking the code to make sure that GeoSChem is performing as it should. And I'll talk about that just on the next slide. And we also spend a lot of time on what you can call the outreach of GeoSChem, you know, the documentation, communication, education. So things like the manuals for GeoSChem, the forward model, and also the adjoint. As you can see, the links there, you can go to them. The GeoSChem wiki is a fabulous source of GeoSChem information. I think there's about 8 years of information on the wiki. Things about, really details about bug fixes, new versions, and things like that are found on the wiki. And any GeoSChem user can get an account in the wiki and contribute to it. And we also send out at specified intervals newsletters and email blasts, such as the version releases and so forth, or bug fixes. And the second area that I like to talk about, the GeoSChem support team really does a lot of work in ensuring the integrity of GeoSChem. So in particular, since the last user meeting 2 years ago, we have introduced a couple of debugging and validation test. You know, one is called unit tests, and these are short simulations with all the debugging flags turned on. So let's say someone gives us a new feature or a new set of updates for GeoSChem. The first thing we do is you run it through the unit tester, and we're looking for all those maybe division by zero errors or all those pesky coding errors. Maybe there's a problem in how it parallelizes. So the unit test will pick all that out, and the unit tests are automatic, and we can do them for every single type of GeoSChem simulation, the full chemistry, the SOA, the specialty simulations, and everything. We also have the capability of running difference tests, which, if we're doing purely structural updates, and you know, a lot of the structural updates to get for high performance computing, we're not science updates, but just we're changing the structure of GeoSChem. We want to make sure that we're not changing the science, and the difference test will let us know that that everything is okay. Once this passes, all these updates pass this first round of validation, we move to the benchmark simulations, and this is the forward model. So not the adjoint, which has its own set of benchmarks, but our primary benchmark simulation is the 1 month benchmark simulations. Every time we get a new set of features, we run a full chemistry simulation, tropospheric and stratospheric chemistry, and we make a whole bunch of plots comparing this version or this benchmark to the prior benchmark. And you know, we plot up ratios, emissions, concentrations, difference maps, J values, the kitchen sink. And the key point is that whole lot of pair of eyeballs looking at this, the benchmark output. And anyone can make, support team members and so forth can make a comment on whether they think the benchmark results are okay or not, but it's up to the model scientist, who's Danielle, to finally approve the version. And similarly, less frequently, we can run the 1 year benchmark simulations, which are the same type of simulation, just run for a whole year. And again, the approval process is much the same. We also compare this benchmark versus a couple of other prior versions, as well as to observations. And the last area, just in the time remaining, is that we do a lot in terms of the fundamental software engineering, as Danielle said. A big effort since the last version or the last user meeting, the effort to get GeoSChem compatible with high performance computing systems. And Mike Long is here to talk about that with what he's doing in the NASA model. And this is, you know, primarily getting GeoSChem compatible with Earth System Model Framework and so forth. And also to create the standalone version of GeoSChem using ESMF and high performance computing techniques. We also do cooperative development with GeoCTM, which Graham Malad is here to talk about that. And as Danielle mentioned, also HEMCO is the new emissions component in GeoSChem. Christoph Keller will tell us all the details about that. Really revolutionizes how we handle emissions in the model. And finally, we have a whole bunch of areas trying to improve the efficiency of GeoSChem. John Linford from Paratools is going to talk about the new Kappa fast chemistry solver, which will replace the existing chemistry solver in GeoSChem. Matt Yannetti in particular is looking at ways in reducing the memory required by GeoSChem simulations. Lizzie Lundgren is working on rethinking how units are done in GeoSChem and also removing a lot of redundant unit conversions. And we're also porting our output to NetCDF. So a lot lot of these things will be ready. Some of them in this version, but more of them in the next version. And so that's my last slide. So I just like to invite everyone to come to the model clinic levels all the way from beginner, advanced, and also one for the adjoint. And you can find us on the wiki and the website and contact us if you have any questions. So I thank you, and I'll take any questions. Oh, thank you.
Oh, let me ask a question.
Yeah.
So if somebody contacted you guys on average, what would be the expected response time?
We try, yeah. Yeah, no, we try to reply within at least 1 or 2 business days. You know, this year has been particularly challenging because we've had a lot going. We've had a lot of open lines of development going on, and we've also had 2 new members come online. So now I think now we're in a good place because, well, when the 2 new members started, Matt and Lizzie, they had to learn the ropes, but now they're up to speed, so to speak. So now we're in a position where like any one of us, I think, can reply to questions. So we should be able to get responses out faster.
All right, thank you very much. So I want to give a very short overview of Hemco and kind of like the main principle of it. First of all, I really would like to acknowledge all my co-authors, especially the GeoSCAM support team, who has really been a tremendous help in all of this. So very quickly, what is Hemco? Oh, here we go. Hemco basically is a tool that let the user define or modify their model emissions through a configuration file. So Hemco comes with a library of a large selection of large range of different emission inventories and scale factors. And then in the configuration file, you can basically select which one of those emission inventories you would like to use and how you want to use them, what scale factors you want to apply, and many more things. Of course, you can also add your own emission inventories or scale factors to that data library, and that way you make them immediately available to your GeoSCAM simulation. And then when you run GeoSCAM, it will call Hemco, and Hemco will read your configuration file and will determine what fields it has to read and how it has to calculate the emissions. So this is really a way that you can actually now modify your emission settings without having to do any coding. Everything you have to do is you have to make sure that your input library and your configuration file is properly set up. And that's basically the whole idea. One of the big changes compared to previous GeoSCAM versions is that the input data is now in NetCDF format. What that means is, somehow it doesn't show up here. I'm sorry, this should be NetCDF data format there. So one of the big changes, the nice thing about NetCDF data is that it contains the information on the grid of the input data. So you can store your files at the native resolution, even at the native units, and then Hemco will read them, recognize what grid they are on, and will regrid them onto the model grid as it has to. And the second thing, and that's actually the main reason why we did this whole thing, is that this system works exactly the same way, no matter whether you work on the standard GeoSCAM, GeoSCAM Classic, or if you work in the high-performance system. The only difference is that in this high-performance system, Hemco will use another software to actually do the data reading. But as a user, you won't recognize that, and you don't have to worry about this. So this is basically the main concept. And for me, the best way to demonstrate the principle of Hemco is with a little example. So let's say you would like to use the MaxIT-DCO emission inventories for your GeoSCAM simulation, and you can do that now in 3 simple steps. The first one would be that you go online and download the MaxIT NetCDF file, and by that you basically add it to your library. And then in the second step, you update your Hemco configuration file by adding 1 line to that configuration file, where you say, okay, I have now an entry for MaxIT-DCO, and then you provide some information on the netcdf file that you just downloaded, where say the name and the location is maxcity.nc, and then the variable on that file that you want to read, and some time information. And that time information basically tells Hemco how often it will refresh the data as the simulation goes on. So if it's a monthly inventory, then you say, I want to reread that every month. And then in the second part, which is kind of like blue area, is that you tell in the configuration file how you want to have that data emitted. So in this case, you say, I want to emit it as a species CO, and then you can set the priorities over other emission inventories. And that's basically it. Then you run your GeoSCAM simulation, and it will now use the MaxCity CO emissions. So this is basically the whole principle. You can do many more things. Let's say you like the MaxCity CO emissions that much that you say it's great. I also want to approximate my propane emissions from that MaxCity CO by saying 2% of the CO should be my propane inventory. Then you can do that now with 2 more lines in the configuration file. First, you enter one entry where you basically define MaxCity propane, and you say, I use exactly the same file as for the MaxCity CO, but now I don't want to emit it as CO, but as propane, and you also assign a scale factor to it. Here I gave it the number 1. You can basically just give whatever number you want. And then further down in the configuration file, you define that scale factor 1, where you can say, you can give it a name, whatever you want here. I say it's the CO2 propane. And then you can either provide a netcdf file, if it's a gridded scale factor, or if it's just a uniform value, you can put that right in there, this case 0.02, and that means it will just use that value in every grid box. And then again, you run your simulation, and then basically it uses now MaxCity CO and this approximated propane emissions. And then there's quite a bit more things that you can do in the configuration file. You can do masking, overlays, and so on. If you're interested in that, we have a model clinics this afternoon where I have some live demos and many more about this. So now you might think, okay, this is all great. What about the emissions that depend on environmental variables? We have like dust emissions, lightning, NOx, many more. They're basically parametrizations that depend on environmental variables. For those, we kept the original codes, but we call them now within Hemco, and we created what we call a little extension, which is basically an add-on. And all of those little extensions you can individually select in the configuration file where you say, yes, I want to use it, or no, I don't want to use it. And then what happens in Hemco, we first calculate those standard emissions, and then in a second step, we calculate the emissions from those parametrizations and add them on top of the previously calculated emission. It's kind of a very modular framework, and all those extensions still use a lot of what I call the Hemco framework, which basically means that a lot of the source functions that do not depend on environmental variables are read now through the Hemco configuration file. So the input data is in netcdf format, and it uses all the Hemco capabilities to read and regrid data. The met fields are automatically provided by GeoSCAM if needed, are basically passed to Hemco, so you don't really have to worry about this. Of course, you can also add now your own extensions, and then you would just add one single basically line in the configuration file where you can turn that on or off. That's almost all. The last thing that I want to say, well, that's really bad. There should be a movie here. Oh, next. No. Oh, that's magic. Okay, well, so there was actually a movie of a high-resolution NOx simulation that I did in the Hemco standalone. I can still make my point here, which is Hemco is, even though it's fully integrated into GeoSCAM, it is actually a pure standalone model, and you can run it without any other model. And I think that's really great if you want to do testing. If you have new emission setups or so, and you want to quickly test them, you want to visualize them, whatever, you can do that. And especially if you go in high resolutions and you want to see how do my parametrizations perform, you can do that in the Hemco standalone, which is much, much faster. And what I did, and I would show up in that movie, believe me, it's a 1/4 degree resolution of NOx emissions, basically all emissions. And I was really wondering, how does lightning NOx, soil NOx, and so on behave at these resolutions? And from that information, I can derive the scale factors that are actually appropriate for that resolution. So With that, I go to my last slide, and that now shows up again. So as I said, there is a model clinics this afternoon if you're interested. We also have a homepage, and there's always, like, feel free to send me an email if you have any questions, if you need assistance, or so. Very happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
So in the first line, you had the line going and describing the time step and units, etc. The NetCDF file itself also has information concerning the units, etc. So in the way the HIMCO is designed, what controls the actual knowledge of the units, the time step, etc.? Is it the file or is it the line?
That's a great question. It will read the unit. It will read the information from the file, and then based in a combination with what settings you have there, it will determine what to do. So let me give an example. HEMCO will always try to regrid everything onto the model resolution, and that's easy because the grid resolution comes from the NetCDF file. The time information here is important because you can also interpolate between time steps, and it will read a file at the frequency that you define here, but then it will take the time slices as it sees it from the NetCDF file and determines on what to do. So you can provide here a higher resolution and say interpolate between the available time slice in the NetCDF file. The units, it will always try to convert emissions to kilogram species per meter squared per second.
Yeah, this is a great development. Given the flexibility that exists, is there any special care that we need to take when documenting how HEMCO was used in publications, or is it automatically straightforward?
This is a great question, and that has come up a lot. So what we do is, with the code that we release, we provide what we think is the best setting of emissions, and then, of course, people can modify them as they want. I would, from my personal view, I think you should just notice or mention the changes that you have made compared to those standard settings, because that's kind of like the reference case that we think this is the standard simulation.
Just wondering if you can handle the regular grids at all, or is it just your regular degree net grids? You can handle it 50 kilometer grid?
It can, but it's really slow. So I recommend that you do the regridding beforehand. It can do it, but it's much, much slower than the regular grids.
We have to move on.
Okay.
All right, so as a testament to how well Christoph coded HIMCO, we've now been demonstrated that it actually controls the lights as well in your house. So I think I'll adopt that as well. So Danielle gave a pretty thorough introduction to the work that we've been doing to try to bring GeosChem into the distributed memory and high performance computing realm. The rationale for this actually comes from a lot of different directions, and it makes sense, and it works to our advantage that it comes from a lot of different directions. First of all, the problem sizes that we're trying to deal with within chemistry as a CTM, within GeosChem as a CTM, are getting much, much larger, as we all understand. And the way GeosChem is currently designed, you end up shoving larger problems into existing computer frameworks, which may or may not be growing with your budgets or with your own capacity or their own capacity to handle the type of computation you're doing. Secondarily, as atmospheric chemistry is evolving in a way that the ways that chemistry interacts back with the weather and the climate that we at this point use as primary drivers become science questions within themselves, GeosChem is in a great position to actually start to address those kinds of problems. And it just so happens that the steps that it takes to take GeosChem from the CTM to the serial CTM that we use now to something that operates in a high performance environment so we can do larger problems, as well as the steps that it takes to get from GeosChem as a CTM to GeosChem as a module within an online coupled Earth system modeling system are the same. They're very similar steps, which means that we can reach these goals with the same effort. And that is how we've been able to be so productive, I think, with all of the stuff that's actually starting to come to bear right now with what has pretty much been a singular effort. It hasn't been singular in terms of the amount of people that have been working on it and the ways we've been approaching these things, but the steps have been the same. And so we're in now a position now that we can actually start to show the highlights. So before I go into this, the talk is pretty much just going to go into the highlights of what's been going on recently. I'm going to plug the clinic this afternoon where we're going to go through the details of how you would get access to and actually begin to learn to run GeosChem as a CTM, as a standalone CTM in an MPI environment. So at the outset, the goals of this were to get GeosChem to operate as an independent chemical module. And without going into the details of how we rationalized doing that in a way that basically changed the rug from underneath your feet without you actually having to step off the rug. We were able to use the Earth System Modeling Framework, which is an unbelievable set of tools that address what happen to be commonalities that all people face, all scientists face, when they're faced with the challenge of trying to develop Earth system modeling programs. We work on distributed grids, we work in distributed environments, we have I/O problems. This sort of packs all of those things into the same place and creates an environment where all you have to do is focus on your science and then how that science plugs into the ESMF, and then the rest just works on its own, sort of like how you would plug your USB plug into your computer. Your computer can access the network or whatever hardware you want to plug into it. Through ESMF, we get access to MPI parallelization, which is great because we did not have to reinvent the wheel for the 55th time. There are many incantations of how people have done MPI within Earth system models, but within the ESMF, the people that had done that and done all of the benchmark and the fundamental work had come together to make sure that these pieces were put together inside this framework that, like I said, we can now easily plug into. And with all that in place, we were able to take GeosChem and identify that within the modeling system that we derive our meteorological fields from to begin with, it's just a natural fit that GeosChem then migrate into that, with the goal of ultimately having GeosChem being an operating part in the data assimilation and the satellite data interpretation process. Since there are so many users, we had to sort of establish some guidelines that would either help us make sure that we got this done in the least disruptive fashion possible, which Daniel already mentioned. We sort of just changed pieces here and there in places that people generally wouldn't expect to look, which allowed us to maintain the serial functionality because GeosChem maintains its ability to ingest and produce state of the, right at the forefront science publication, whatever you're working on, its ability to do that relies in large part on how easily accessible GeosChem as a serial model is, so that you can do your science in a serial mode, and then it will demonstrate that you can actually start to scale it up. And then it becomes arbitrarily embeddable within other GCMs and Earth system models, primarily because of its compatibility within the ESMF. And at this point, I'm just getting redundant with number 4. This is a recycled slide, so that's fine. I showed a version of this figure 2 years ago that didn't have quite the same progress status that this shows here. Some people may disagree about different points. This is my sense of the status of the GeosChem high performance version, which I actually still call MegaChem. This is the state of the high performance GeosChem per its functionality as a standalone high performance version of the CTM model. We have all of the basic science operations in place and running, and with HEMCO online now, that's working greatly. The last major hurdle that we think we have prior to going into the unit testing and benchmarking phase, and I don't see any disgruntled looks on the support team faces that makes me think I'm not overstating anything right now. Before we can actually get to the benchmark phase is to bring to bear the NetCDF based diagnostics, because as you know right now, there's a lot of diagnostics that are wired in unique ways through GeosChem. We've had to mimic that in a way that ends up dumping the results into, rather than a binary file, into a NetCDF file, because this is how Earth system models are going to expect to have to be able to access this information. So we're just going to build it into the outset, which for me, I've only ever worked with NetCDF, so it makes everything easy for me. So this is the state of that. The terms of the states of the state of all the goals that we had at the outset with this project, we have a working version of GeosChem coupled in with the Geos 5, and we published results from that. Christoph then took that and started just running like gangbusters. to use that word. It's on the bingo card. I had to do something. He got it working within the DOS system. So we now have GeosChem operating within the GEOS 5 DOS system. There's still a little bit of glitches because GEOS 5 evolves as well. But what that means is that we now have within GeosChem all of the tools that the GEOS 5 system and the GEOS DOS has as available tools for us to do chemistry in a otherwise familiar environment. And lastly, this doesn't reflect the last one, but I think the difference between getting goal 3 all the way up to 100% involves the benchmarking process, because ultimately it is going to be found that there's things that aren't working correctly and we're going to have to go back and redo them. What it does allow us to do is to very quickly scale up from standard workable resolutions that you have, that you might use on your laptop or whatever, and quickly, just by changing a few parameters, get to where you can use very quickly scale up to much higher resolutions that might be outside of your own computer's ability to handle. This is a figure that we published that is actually coupled into the GEOS 5 model showing the surface ozone. And you can quickly see these are just instantaneous time steps from at the same point in time in the model run, but just at different resolutions. You can really see how things start to become much more resolved. More importantly, we're able to determine that GeosChem scales as we would expect it to in a high performance environment. And I don't have a pointer, so I'll just point with my mind. Hemco pointer. All right. So these 3 bars at the top demonstrate the different parts that I took apart within the GEOS 5 system. So the yellow is how long it takes chemistry to run, the blue is how long it took the transport to run, and the red is everything else in between. What it shows is that we predictably understand that as you scale up the number of processes in an MPI environment, dynamics will eventually become inefficient because the I/O will start to overtake the actual problem size that it has to deal with on a local scale. Chemistry, on the other hand, is basically a bunch of scalar operations. So you should be able to take it apart in as many pieces as you can give it machines to work on. And we were able to demonstrate that by this bottom figure right here, which basically shows that the more processors you throw at GeosChem, it still runs as efficiently as it can. And the way you would interpret this figure is that if you have this dot as a value of 1, it means that it takes advantage of 100% of the additional computational power you give it to use in any scaled process. And it pretty much stays close to 1 throughout as far as we've tested it to date. Kevin, I want you to convey to Mimong directly how much I appreciate her effort. So Mimong Lee at JPL has taken the GeosChem standalone model and has started doing some scalability tests with it on Discover. We're having a couple glitches associated with the transition to the iFort 15 system, or the iFort 15 compiler, but she's able to demonstrate that we get almost perfect scalability at this point. This is 4-degree resolution. We're getting good scalability all the way up to 144. We've gotten up to 300 before, but she didn't give me those results. Lastly, by virtue of Maple, which you'll hear about in the clinic, and by virtue of ESMF, we can now seamlessly transition between different grids. So within the GeosChem standalone, the high performance version, within MegaChem, we are using a cube sphere, but you will only ever see a lat long grid because this is how we're used to interpreting data. So it will still jump it out just like that. And it's a great tool, leading us to the ultimate goal of having a system that we all know and are able to use, that once we get our science in place, we can then scale it across an enormous amount of computers so we can increase our problem size appropriately, and ultimately when it becomes mature enough, we can plug it into an Earth system model, and the rest will be hopefully good publications. So that's my talk. Thank you. Any questions?
Very quick question.
Can you just talk really briefly about that GCM specific interface that's required for plugging into other GCMs besides GEOS 5?
Yeah, so the GCM specific interface is essentially identifying within the GCM what data it is able to provide, like what form it's in. If you know what GeosChem needs to run, you need to find its equivalent within the GCM and make sure it's coming in the right format. So that's what the interface does, and it's simply that's almost essentially all it is identifying where you're going to get the data that you need for GeosChem to be able to cycle through its time step.
So the next client.
Hi, thank you. So yeah, I'm Stephen Pawson from the Global Modeling and Simulation Office at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. I have about 99 co-authors, and there were no space for them all on the slide, so I didn't put them on. I'd like to try to do two things here. The first of all is show how our GEOS 5 systems are evolving and try to give you an idea of the types of products you're going to be able to get from the GMO over the next year or two. And the other one is just to try to give a big picture viewpoint of what we do in GMAO and how the atmospheric chemistry modeling efforts fit into that work. If we split up what we do, we can summarize it as basically being related to weather, seasonal to decadal timescales, global mesoscale modeling, observing system science, and reanalysis. Those are obviously very interconnected disciplines. There's not a smooth break between them. But by presenting it in this way, we get away from the fact, do we have chemistry or aerosols in any particular configuration of this? It shows, in a sense, the seamless modeling environment that we're creating based on the ESMF system that Mike has just mentioned. And we can choose a model configuration inside that system that's appropriate for the space and time scales that we're looking at and the types of physical processes that we want to have interacting in there. When we present in that way, we kind of see the big Earth system nature of the problem that we're facing, and and how the products that we produce come out and are available for use. I'll be focusing mainly today on the weather analysis and prediction side, basically, which meteorological analysis we produce that are used to drive the GeosChem modeling activities, bring in the reanalysis, and the other bits will probably come in there in some way as well. This is how the GEOS FP system is going to be evolving over the next days, months, and years. So last week, we were producing a 1/4 degree resolution. It's called 360 because it's on the cube sphere, and that's a designation of it. 72-layer, 3-dimensional variational analysis. This week, we are using the same model configuration with some improvements to the model, but it's a 3D ensemble variational analysis. What this means is that instead of just using static background error covariances in the data assimilation part of this, we're producing ensemble of model simulations that span that time, and we're able to calculate background error covariances in a flow-dependent way and apply that into the model. This is the first step in moving to a 4-dimensional ensemble variational approach, which we're expecting to do rather quickly. The biggest work for us was basically the plumbing, making all of those ensemble members feed into the computation of the background variances and being able to run that in an operational environment. So we're still using a 3-dimensional simulation system. Probably in as soon as about 3 months, we'll be flipping that over to a 4-dimensional ensemble system. What this means is that the errors associated with the system are also computed for the observational part of the thing as well. So as well as the model background error covariance, there's an observation error covariance, which is also depending on the flow and the uncertainties of how we use things like the radiance data. And then hopefully within about a year, we'll be doubling the horizontal resolution and putting in way more layers. And that's a massive task for the modeling group in the GMAO. There's several other changes will probably happen as well. So basically, going through time, we've had changes to the assimilation methodology, just happened last week. That's going to continue. And then a big new change to the model and to the environment, and there'll be a new file specification at that time. At this point, we haven't changed the file specs for the GEOS FP. So if you've been using that, you're just basically going to get it, and you will not know anything's changed until you see changes in what you're doing, perhaps. But that's the thing. We are considering at some point putting out some information about the ensembles as well, and that might help people a little bit understanding the error and the uncertainty in the analysis that we're producing. There's also a line at the bottom. I'm just trying to indicate some of the The battery's gone on this, by the way, if anyone's interested. Some of the data types that we're putting in, for instance, we've just implemented ISS RapidScat information, sea surface winds derived from the RapidScat instrument on the space station. We'll be putting in an ocean skin temperature analysis at some point. And we've got a strong research effort going on towards bringing in global precipitation mission microwave radiances in the future. Okay, and I have 2 minutes remaining, and I've used 2 of my slides, I think. This shows basically some of the excitement that's that we can generate by being able to use chemistry, put chemistry in the system. The plot is an attempt at making the highest resolution chemical image to be shown at the meeting. That's a 12.5 kilometer simulation, but it's unfortunately with the GMI chemistry package, not the GeosChem chemistry package. And that's showing ozone in the mid-troposphere, and that's a simulation done by Eric Nielsen in the GMAO. This is really demonstrating the capability of bringing things down to fine scales and that there's scientific integrity in these results. Let me move on in the interest of time. Reanalysis. Everyone's used to using MERA now, a long 30-year analysis computed using GEOS 5. That's produced at a half-degree resolution. We have MERA-2, essentially a complete time series that we haven't released yet, but right now we're working on documentation and validation of that. So by about June, we'll be releasing a replacement for MERA with the intent of turning off the MERA analyses by the end of this year. And there are several technical reasons for us needing to do that. The biggest one being that it's running out of input data to actually assimilate. So we're going to have to flip the switch. MERA-2 is very similar to MERA in some ways, a comparable resolution of a half-degree. The real fun bit is the next target, looking to produce an Earth system reanalysis, including much more details about land and atmosphere and ocean in about the 2018 timeframe. There's some hope of getting some carbon cycle and some atmospheric chemistry into that reanalysis in some way. I will skip that in the interest of time, and that bit too. I'm at the summary already. Okay, good. I think really I'm just trying to convey the types of things we're doing, the fact that the products will be evolving. The one thing I didn't mention is the fun thing is when we make that decision to stop providing latitude, longitude data and put it out on the CubeSphere, and that's going to be an interesting challenge for someone in the GeosChem support group, I think. I tried to show, we've got new reanalysis work going on and really a concerted effort towards an integrated Earth system analysis, including much more of the Earth system, including chemistry. There'll be new types of FP systems, and I think we've got a fairly aggressive schedule to try to get to that high resolution system over the next year. I didn't mention aerosols actually included as an interactive component of our reanalysis and the forward processing now. At some point, we've demonstrated fairly clearly that ozone isn't a factor in the skill of a 5-day forecast, but when you start getting to 2 weeks, it is. So really having a chemical component in could have a big impact on the seasonal forecasting work that we do. We're really looking forward to more and more collaborations with the GeosChem community. So thank you very much.
How do you see the interaction between GeosChem and GoCart in the ESMS framework?
We've established this fairly well with the GMI chemistry, which is a gas phase only chemistry, speaking to GoCart and passing relevant parameters between the two things. I guess GeosChem has some of its own aerosol, doesn't it, which is going to make it interesting. And to complicate matters even more, we're moving also to more moment resolved aerosol models for GeoS 5 as well. So I think it's going to throw up discussions, I would say, rather than giving a straight answer to this right now.
So one of the putative goals of putting in GeosChem into something like GMAO would be able to simulate some of the NASA satellite data like TESS for long-term reanalysis. So when are we expecting to see 5-year, 10-year reanalysis, full tropospheric chemistry, high resolution?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether it's the week after next. No, well, that's definitely an active area of research. We've had a lot of success with stratospheric ozone analyses, and we're trying to expand on that right now. Part of the collaboration with the core Harvard group here is to bring in ozone precursors and other trace gases in the troposphere. And I'm really optimistic that we'll be able to do a MERA-2-based reanalysis of the EOS Aura period, over the next 1 to 2 years, of tropospheric ozone and CO and things like that. I'm sorry. Well, I think the idea really is, do these decoupled from the climate analysis. So we'd do it with MERA-2 in a sort of an offline sense. And depending on how quickly that works and how well it works, it then becomes a contender for the next reanalysis.
You mentioned that in the future you might be providing some of the ensembles of the meteorology.
Yeah.
Are you going to be providing enough that we can calculate their covariance, or can you just provide the covariance?
I think there's basically there's a discussion to have about what we provide and who wants what, and also one reason for not providing it is the danger that we make people think that that's the entire uncertainty of the system, and that whereas it's only a limited amount of it. So I think there's a discussion to have down the road about what we really provide from the ensembles.
Okay. Hi. I'm going to talk to you about some work that's been done at the GMAO in the development of what we're calling a GEOS-5 chemistry transport model. It's going to sound like it's doing the same thing as the GeosChem HP, and in some ways it is. And we've been in discussions with Mike and with Danielle about how to merge these two things together. So I'm going to just give you a little bit of a sense of sort of pluses and minuses of what's going on. I can't see the slide here, so let me, okay. The basic idea is we want to make use of our ESMF code framework. And the idea is we regard the offline chemistry transport model as a different application using our code base. The idea is that it's going to provide all of the current capabilities of, a lot of this work has been done with the GMI chemistry that we have, but of the GeosChem chemistry module that Mike has been speaking about is going to, basically the day that it's ready, we're gonna fold this in as well. The idea is to leverage off the GEOS-5 ESMF Maple infrastructure. I'm going to give you a list of what this means, because the list of advantages and options that this brings in is incredible. That infrastructure includes the capability for reading and interpolating driving fields. So not only the GMAO driving fields at any resolution, does resolution interpolation on the fly, netCDF files. And so the need to interpolate or write input files. Right now, we're just using GMAO fields, but the capability for vertical interpolation to use any MET forcing fields is going to be there soon. Okay, so here's a list. The idea is, as Daniel spoke about here, the development of the chemistry gridded component, it's a shared code base with the online, so the same code that's used to run coupled chemistry coupled climate simulations gets used to drive the CTM as well. Right now, there are a couple of things that are not included in here, sort of just as a little bit of a warning. If you're going to do this, if you must need these things, it's a problem. GMI has output on satellite aircraft tracks. We don't have that capability folded in yet. That's relatively easy to do. GeosChem has the nested grid, and that we don't have the capability of. Okay, just very quick through this about what we mean by a shared code base. And I have this example with CVS, but all of this holds for the Git code base repository as well. The idea is that in these repositories, all of the different pieces of code are just stored as a flat, like a big list of files. There's an entity in the code repository called a module, which basically tells it which subroutines to take out and what directory structure to put it in. And so the idea is that we have basically the same model tag, and we have a module that says this is the coupled chemistry, and so for that we need the radiation and the dynamics and the whole business. And here's the CTM module that just picks out a different list of files and puts them in the same thing. But the basic, the file is the same file. It's not even a copy, it's not anything, it's the same file. Okay? And so the CTM module basically knows which ones to get. The same tag with all the different modules has the capability to run all the different kinds of things that we have. We have a single column way of running. We have the data assimilation. So all of this is essentially one code base. This is just a quick view of what the CTM looks like. This is what we call the CAP. That's our main program. This is something that the GEOS 5 HP leverages off of as well. We have, in the ESMF world, we talk about familial relationships. So we have children and siblings and grandparents and that kind of business. So the children of the CAP are, this is our input module. And I think that this is what Christoph referred to when he said that when you're running in HP mode, you're using a different way of reading the files. This ext data is essentially how we read all the met forcing. And it does interpolation on the fly. It does rescaling on the fly. This is our CTM so-called gridded component. And this is the history output. You guys were talking about NetCDF history. Our history that would come with this has the capability of, again, interpolating on the fly, doing a basic arithmetic and things like that, calculations, output, everything is NetCDF. And then basically the children of the CTM, which have all of this. This ADVEC core for us is the CubeSphere, is running on the CubeSphere. Okay. Yeah. Where we are right now, the CTM has been run successfully with a bunch of different chemistry options that we now have. What this brings, as soon as GEOS Chem is ready, and we include this as a chemistry, one of the things that can be done, for instance, with a set of configuration files, is run side by side with GEOS Chem with UCX and the StratChem, for instance, to just compare different kinds of chemistries. Mixing and matching the aerosol chemistry and comparing is also totally trivial within this kind of framework. We've run it so far with forward processing. We've run it with Mera 2. We've run it at C90. And the point is, you know, the interpolation, the kind of interpolation on the fly that Christoph talked about with Hemco is happening now with the MET fields. We're using MET fields at 1/4 degree, but we're running at 1 degree, for instance, in these simulations, also kind of trivial. We also have a little setup script. Okay, ongoing development is we need to fold in the GEOS Chem chemistry module into some of this, some trivial coding. The vertical interpolation on the fly is being worked on by people in our systems group. That is the thing that opens the door to be able to read in MET forcing from any other source, from NCEP, from European Center, pressure level, whatever. Right now, we've only got a couple of limited options for the convective and diffusive transport. We want to extend those. And yeah, the inputs to GEOS Chem and some other kinds of, and basically if there are other suggestions about priorities for development, I'm hoping that this sort of merges with the GEOS Chem HP and becomes the way of running CTM for us both. That's it.
do you use that system to look at differences between online and offline simulations and whether the use of offline met fields is affecting the simulation of transport, particularly as we go to finer grids? Is that in your plan?
Yeah, yeah. So with GMI so far, the idea is to do we're just now have a year-long offline GMI run with this that we're happy with. And right now, so that's basically the next step, is to compare it with the online. And as a matter of fact, for us, the online includes this replay mode that we have, which is basically, instead of a free running coupled chemistry, it's a free running constrained with the met fields. And so you start to really isolate online versus offline, as opposed to differences due to evolving met fields and things like that. So yeah, that comparison is an important one. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, great. Sorry. All right. I'm not used to using a microphone like this. I usually wave my hands around, so I'll try not to do that. But I am John Linford. I'm with a small company called Paratools, and we specialize in high-performance tools for software simulation and modeling. And I'm going to talk about a tool called Kappa, which is a tool for simulating chemical kinetics. And that doesn't work. Let's try this. Okay, great. So as you probably know, simulating the chemical kinetics in GeoSChem is the majority of the model's runtime. In this simulation, this is the month of July 2013, going on a 4x5 grid with UCX chemistry. We see that the chemistry part of the model is about 70% of the runtime of the model overall. So we're really interested in finding ways to spend less time in this part of the model. And I think this is going to be especially true when you go to systems like ESMF, where you've stripped out the transport and you're using chemistry alone. Any gains you can make in this kernel will be very significant. So what we're doing to try to improve model runtime in this area is using this tool called Kappa. Kappa stands for the Kinetics Preprocessor Accelerated. And it is a general analysis tool for chemical kinetics, where we accept a description of a chemical mechanism in a high-level language, domain-specific language, and we parse this description and output source code. Now, this is exactly the same approach as used by the tool KPP, which is in GeoSChem right now. The main difference about Kappa and what makes it accelerated is that Kappa is built from the very beginning, from the ground up, with HPC, high performance computing, in mind. So it can target architectures like GPUs, the Intel Xeon Phi. It can generate high performance CUDA code or C++ code. And it can take advantage of multi-core CPUs using OpenMP or MPI. So the code you get, it targets HPC hardware. But in addition to this, there's an optimization component built into Kappa that means that it generates highly optimized, high efficiency code, which is going to produce a much better mechanism simulation code than what you get currently from KPP. I keep doing that. All right, so one of the things Kappa does, and KPP does this as well, but I would say not as well, is that at code generation time, it looks at things like the Jacobian sparsity structure and optimizes the generated code to avoid things like multiplying by 0 and generally avoids unnecessary work. The thing Kappa can do really well, though, is it looks at in these compressed, sparse row matrices, it looks at what you would have to do to get that data out of the compressed matrix format and inlines those operations into the generated code. So what we see are exact integer indices into arrays instead of calculated indices into arrays. And this means that the compiler can optimize this sort of code very efficiently. The upshot is that we get not only fewer operations in the generated code, but we also get a code that the compiler can produce vector instructions for to take advantage of things like your SSE instructions in a CPU, or even your AVX512 instructions on the Xeon Phi. Now, KPP can do that a little bit. KPP does consider the sparsity structure of the Jacobian, but what KPP doesn't do is optimize the code that has been generated from those sparse matrix vector operations. What do I mean by that? Well, Kappa includes a symbolic logic optimizer. And it can do things like in this polynomial division, it can recognize that this is actually equivalent to x minus 1. Now, what I've shown in the blue box is the type of code you'll get from KPP if you were to drop this polynomial division into KPP. You can see there's a lot of operations here. However, Kappa will actually produce this code, which I've shown in Fortran. This is exactly equivalent to this, and there's only one operation. So this is the kind of thing that Kappa does to really get performance out of the code. And the question is, how much performance? Well, in a benchmark, for my baseline, I use the code that's in GeosChem right now. It's a KPP generated code that is hand-tuned by experts like Michael and Bob, Melissa, the rest here. They go and they post-process the code to add OpenMP pragmas and consider things like global variables to make sure that the parallelization is correct. And that produces a code which is much faster than just the raw generated code. To compare against that, I use the Kappa generated code unmodified. So I don't post-process this at all beyond changing the way that the reaction rates are calculated to integrate with SMD gear, but that's a different story. And I compare these two codes. One interesting thing is I can run on the Xeon Phi, which is this accelerator device from Intel, and I see that the Kappa generated code is 140% faster. This is end-to-end time. I'm not like leaving off time copying device or anything. This is from the moment you start the model to the moment you stop. It's 140% faster. On an NVIDIA GPU, it's 160% faster. And this is the one I really enjoy. On exactly the same hardware, the Kappa generated code is about 60% faster than what's currently used in GeosChem. Simulating exactly the same system, same thing. But so what does this tell me? This is exciting for two reasons. One is if we take GeosChem to these high-performance supercomputers at places like Oak Ridge that have get most of their processing power from the GPU, we can actually take advantage of that architecture and get really efficient, high-performance simulations of kinetics on that architecture. And secondly is if you're running on your laptop or your workstation or your home cluster or whatever, you don't need to buy a big fancy GPU to get good performance. You can just change your software and get a nice performance bump. So this is a really great result, I feel. And to really take a closer look at this, I instrumented the two codes, the baseline KPP code from GeosChem and the Kappa generated code, simulating exactly the same process for the same time. And I look at the total number of instructions executed on the machine. This is something you can do with Tau when you configure it with PAPI. And what I see here is that blue, KPP, is performing far more instructions to do the same amount of work. And we can see that most of that is these sort of non-floating point instructions. That is, KPP spends a lot of time running around trying to figure out, okay, where's my data coming from? What do I need to do next? Whereas Kappa was able to optimize a lot of that away. Kappa is also able to use more vector double precision instructions in the generated code. This shows me that the code is being optimized by the compiler after Kappa produced it, so that I'm getting a sort of a third layer of optimization on top of this. Now, I also wanted to say, now of course this is about GeosChem, but I wanted to point out that Kappa is starting to be adopted in other models. This is a sort of a good peer review. All credit here goes to Joseph Charles at the Swiss National Supercomputing Center. He's used Kappa in the Cosmo Art model, and this is really fun for me. He's using it on their PISDOT supercomputer. And he's compared with different versions of KPP, and he's compared with Kappa in different configurations. And what he's found is that KPP, he measures both the integrator time and the energy to solution. So this is their power bill. This is real money. Supercomputers can run into hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in power. So what he's found is that their KPP solver is taking about 488,000 joules to reach the solution. The Kappa generated solver is doing the same problem in 321,000 joules. So this is about a 35% reduction in their power expenditure on the same hardware for the same solution. All they had to do was change the software. I really like this result. And so I'll be sitting with them a couple weeks this summer to try to improve that further. Now, moving forward with Kappa, we have a partnership with a couple European groups to try to improve this further. Especially, we want to see Kappa applied to aerosol mechanisms and take some special care to really improve aerosol simulation. And also, we're looking at simulating the master chemical mechanism. We're interested in possibly simulating the whole mechanism, which is ambitious, but it's within the scope of the size of a problem that Kappa should be able to handle. That'll be a lot of fun. The other thing we're looking at are new integration methods. The Prace integrator is about 4 times faster than the Rosenbrock method used in KPP and Kappa for certain problems. So we're going to try implementing that in Kappa as another integration method, and hopefully that could come back to GeoSChem. Maybe we'll see some further performance improvement there. So with that, I want to say thanks especially to Michael Long and Bob and Melissa, all the folks who have helped me with this project. It's been a lot of fun. And if you're interested in Kappa, you want to try it, you can go here and download it. We just put out our new release. This is the 2.2 release, and you're welcome to try it out. Please let me know if you have any questions, and thank you very much. Yes.
Is this source available, or what are the licensing issues with using Kappa?
So Kappa is available in 2 forms. There's a free version which generates a serial code only. That is, it has exactly the same capability as KPP, so you won't lose your science. But the Kappa version that generates the Xeon Phi, the CUDA code, is a closed source. It's a product you have to license. It's very like a commercial compiler. You pay for an Intel compiler to get better performance than like GNU compiler.
Why is this optimization limited only to KPP, not to the other modules?
Well, so the big thing is we have the domain-specific language that describes a chemistry. If you have a domain-specific language that describes your transport mechanism, sure, we could do that as well. But having that abstract representation of the problem gives the optimizer additional information about what it can do to simplify the problem. I can make assertions about the values within those arrays that the compiler can't make without that information.
So currently, it's just KPPs, more or less specific.
It's just chemistry. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be just KPP. It could be any mechanism. I mean, it's being used in other places beyond GeoSChem and KPP, but we haven't taken it to something like a transport problem yet. I did try an FFT once. That was fun. Yeah. Yes.
So is this ready to go to the standard model?
I think so, yeah. So right now I'm trying to get it running on Stampede. I pushed about 300 gigabytes of GEOS data there. And I'm hoping to see a whole GEOS model running on Stampede with Xeon Phi when I get the time.
And I have a version of this too, in the couple GEOS 5 models as well.
Awesome. Yeah. We should try it at ESMF too.
Are there any further questions for all the other speakers in the session? I think it's you, Kevin. All right. That's. Thank you very much.
Just don't want me to
We'll start again promptly at 10:20. Thank you very much. Nothing happened. That's great. Yeah. Sometimes I think we need to tell people to have the mic and code. Yeah. Well, how are you? Yeah, it was a name tag.
I can take Yes, network is this for math? This is for math.
Because I noticed you worked with the parts complex. I noticed that yesterday. Right. So this is why I told Brenda, make a name tag for her. Huh?
I registered twice.
Well, maybe that's what happened. Second time you
I don't know.
Just fell through the cracks.
I'm on the agenda, so.
I know. I figured you would show up.
Yeah. Which presentation?
Yeah, I'll see you in a second.
Okay, great. I think if you just test out the video.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah. I love it when
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just put this on our other live streaming computer.
Everything's working well so far.
So far, except for the lights. That was
Oh, yeah. Hey, thank you.
So it looks like we have a couple of these that are PCs that are just PowerPoint. So
Okay. This is awesome.
Or we
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Here you are.
You should know that somebody got tenure. That's
Any more tenure announcements? So I'll just give a brief introduction to the aerosol working group. Our working group meeting is going to be Wednesday afternoon at 2:30. So if you're interested in the topics here and want to contribute or learn more, please come to that meeting. And as Colette said, she's one of the other co-chairs. I'm actually an outgoing chair, and I'll be staying on as a steering committee member at large. And coming on to the aerosol working group as a chair is Peter Adams. And so you'll see more of them at the working group meeting too. So sort of a general question, why aerosols in geoschem? And so the people who are working on aerosols in geoschem are answering questions in terms of air quality, ecosystem health, and in terms of climate. And a natural question to ask is, if you are interested in modeling aerosols, why would you choose geoschem when you have all of these detailed gas phase chemical mechanisms as well? And a good answer to that is because the gas phase system and the aerosol system are coupled. Specifically, say if you're interested in the nitrogen cycle or nitrate, you need to get the gas phase right to get the aerosols right, and so on and so forth. And so it's really valuable to be able to have a state-of-the-art gas phase chemistry model in addition to the aerosol model. The flip side is, if you are mostly interested in gas phase chemistry, why would you want state-of-the-art aerosols in your model? And so questions in terms of heterogeneous chemistry, these will affect your gas phase species. Your aerosols will affect your gas phase species. Effect on the photolysis rate, as well as if you need to get your gas particle partitioning right to get your removal of nitrogen and sulfur and so on. So a brief history of aerosols in geoschem. The initial carbonaceous and inorganic particles came out of GOCART and were implemented by Rock-Jin Park in early versions of geoschem. And then sea salt and dust have been updated more recently. Sea salt by Becky Alexander and Liat Giglet, as well as dust by Duncan Fairley. And SOA has kind of continuously being updated. Currently, there are biogenic, anthropogenic, and semi-volatile POA with contributions from a number of groups, as well as there'll be discussion in the working group of where to take SOA in the future in terms of standard model versions and options and so on. Very open-ended question. The standard aerosols in geoschem are a mass-based scheme, and so with the exception of sea salt and dust, where there's some information about the size distribution that can change. With transport, it's a fixed size of particles that are assumed with log normal size distributions. When you run the full chemistry version of geoschem, you're running with these aerosols, and you have the option of whether you want online SOA or not. And there's also, and it's less used, but there's this aerosol only version which runs more quickly that does not have the full chemistry involved. If you are a true aerosol nerd and want lots and lots of information about the particles, about the size resolved composition and number of particles, CCN, more online radiative interactions because of the size. There are currently two options for aerosol microphysics. They make the model run a lot more slowly, or more slowly, maybe not a lot more slowly, but you end up getting a lot more information as you will. In both of the, first I'll talk about TOMOS, but both of these end up having the similar framework where we're resolving things like nucleation, condensational growth, coagulation, that aren't explicitly resolved in the bulk model. So the first scheme is the two-moment aerosol sectional microphysics algorithm, TOMOS, that is maintained by Peter Adams' group and my group and two of our grad students, Marguerite Marks and Jack Kodros. And so this allows you to simulate the aerosol size distribution through a number of size sections. Typically now we're running at either 15 or 40 size sections, with 15 being faster but with less size resolution. And we can run at the common grids And right now, we're just sort of getting it up to date with HEMCO, and in the future, there may be the ability to have source tagging of the particles. The second option for aerosol microphysics is the Advanced Particle Model, APM, that is maintained out of Fang Chun Yu's group, and his research scientist Gan Luo is one of the main maintainers of this. And so the two, both TOMAS and APM, have slightly different configurations, and rather than taking a lot of time now, if you're interested in using them, I'd recommend talking to Fang Chun, Peter, or I about what options are right for you. One thing about APM is Fang Chun's been active in participating in AeroCom and has his model estimates in that. And there's a number of different updates that they've been doing here that, in interest of time, I'm not able to go into. But the slides should be available. Within the aerosol working group, there's a lot of research topics being investigated. There's a list here, but just involving aerosol chemistry, PM 2.5 exposure, health effects, climate, using satellites and models to come up with better estimates of particles, particle microphysics, and so on. And this was supposed to be a nice animation that Dave Ridley made, and I made it on a Linux machine, and when I put it to a Windows machine, it's not animating, but if you go to Colette's website, there's nice animations of aerosol optical depth from different species over the globe. And so there's been a number of updates since the last GeosChem meeting involving updating parallelizing microphysics, heterogeneous chemistry, emissions, semi-volatile POA. And I made this a month ago, so it's actually not that up to date. I said coming soon, version 10.1, which is actually out now in a provisional release. We now have the stratospheric aerosol chemistry through UCX is available, and a whole host of emissions updates that are relevant to particles. And also not up to date is here I have coming soon, the RRTMG option is actually part of 10.1 also. So that's not actually in the pipeline anymore. And then we have a number of capabilities in the pipeline, some new heterogeneous chemistry, new thermodynamics, and microphysics options through the Mosaic scheme, and some impaction scavenging. And then these challenges ahead and topics for discussion are more just sort of things that we'll be thinking about at our working group meeting. And if you have any other thoughts that are challenges for the aerosol working group and things that we need to focus on, please come to the meeting and share those. That's what it's for, is for us to understand what the needs of the user community are and to get feedback on what we need to prioritize. So with that, I will stop, and I'm not sure if there's time for questions, but thanks.
In terms of the science that we know about aerosols, SOA, compared to the science and the capabilities in GeoSchem, what do you see as the major gaps in terms of what you already know and what's represented in GeoSchem?
I think we're learning a lot about organic aerosol through field work and lab work that is lagging behind in the model community, at least in terms of what's standard. And there's a number of groups that are advancing things in GeoSchem in ways that aren't going back into the standard now, so standard model now. So I think that's a big way we're going to update things. And we're just now starting to couple with radiant transfer and optics, and I think there's a lot of uncertainties there in terms of mixing state we have there that are going to be where we have like field campaigns that are showing things that we need to be thinking about how exactly the model is. That's just my opinion.
All right, thanks, Jeff. So our next speaker is going to be Ray Nassar, who's from Environment Canada, who's giving the working group report for current cycle.
Can I just make a quick announcement? Sure. Just a tip, just like our last speaker, if you want to hold the microphone about like this, that seems to work best. So with that.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I will be talking about the Carbon Cycle Working Group. Basically, this working group deals with the offline CO, methane, and CO2 simulations. I'm one of the current co-chairs along with Kevin Bowman, and we'll be transitioning this week to the new co-chairs, Kevin Bowman and Dylan Jones. So this working group deals a lot with these offline modes. It deals a lot with satellite data. There's also a lot of overlap between what our working group deals with as well as what the adjoint working group is doing. Here are a couple examples of some recent work using the offline CO and methane simulations. On the left, we have a study where CO attribution for Europe was carried out, looking at the impact of local emissions versus long-range transport from other areas using the tag tracer simulation. On the right is an example of a figure from a study by Alex Turner, where he was looking at estimating global and North American methane emissions using GOSAT data. So there are quite a lot of studies. This is just an example of a couple for CO and methane. For CO2, there are a number of studies these days that are looking at the application of the GeoSChem model with GOSAT data or other satellites. In terms of GOSAT, I won't say a specific, I won't get into a specific study here because there are at least 10 of them out there right now. But for CO2, what I want to spend most of my time today talking about is the update to the CO2 simulation that is coming out in version 10.01. So the CO2 simulation was last updated in 2010 in version 8.03.02. There have been minor things since then, but that was the last major update. And that work was described in this 2010 paper. The current update was really a major overhaul, and we were adding new emissions in at the same time as the implementation of HEMCO. So some of these emissions were ready for a while, but we knew that with HEMCO, we'd have to do that overhaul. So instead, these were coordinated to happen in this release. What's available now, actually, of course, is just an option for the user so that they could download the code and run with them off the shelf. But what's going on with this simulation is really a lot of the science is in terms of what emissions you use. So there are people using other things aside from what's in the standard code, like the CMS carbon monitoring system projects and so on. But today I'll be discussing some of the updates that will be available in the standard code. So we'll start with fossil fuels. The standard in the last version of the code was to run with CDAC monthly emissions. And now we have another option that is, I would say from my analysis and evaluation, slightly better on the scale of the spatial distribution within countries. It's called ODIAC. So it has the same national totals as CDAC. However, the spatial distribution within a country differs, and that's because they have allocated emissions to about 18,000 large point sources across the globe, and then redistributed the rest of the emissions based on the intensity of nighttime lights measured by satellites. There's also some scaling factors which I've developed, and those are called times for temporal improvements for modeling emissions by scaling. These can now model the diurnal and weekly cycles of anthropogenic CO2 emissions, which presently wasn't available before. It doesn't make a huge difference, but it does improve things a little bit in terms of the temporal distributions that you get, and that will hopefully reduce biases in an area where we can do that. So next I want to talk about the biospheric fluxes. So there actually wasn't an update to the biospheric fluxes in the 2010 update. We were just running with what was available in the past from CASA, which was implemented by Parv Santharalingam. And so we knew that this was something that needed updating. The CASA implementation was just a single year of fluxes, which we were using recycling each year. And that works in a balanced mode. So it gives you the seasonal cycle of fluxes, but it doesn't actually tell you about the net uptake over time. That net uptake was updated in 2010, and that was based on the Transcom inversion results, so an intercomparison project with fluxes from a bunch of different models. We've now implemented something else, some biospheric fluxes from the simple biospheric model from Nick Perzu, and those are shown here. We have 4 years of data now, so these are year specific for at least some portion of the time period, but whether or not they're better is difficult to say. So if we look at a couple of examples shown here, you know, SIB is in green, CAS is in red. For example, at Barrow, yes, maybe in the winter, SIB is doing better, but then at the drawdown period, it seems to have too strong of a seasonal cycle. Other places, Mount Wallagwan, China, Mauna Loa, it's pretty close compared to observations. The ocean fluxes were also updated. In the 2010 version, we had these Takahashi ocean fluxes, but we had them directly for the year 2000. The paper describes a method of scaling for the increasing sink. So that's now been implemented, and it goes all the way up to 2013. The CO2 chemical source, I don't have time to get into the details of this, but basically it is a method that's unique to GeosChem for dealing with the emissions from species that are emitted as other carbon species but react to make CO2 in the atmosphere. Since CO2 emissions have been constantly increasing over time, although CO emissions and methane have been relatively flat over time, we've corrected things so that we now account for that better. Just about to wrap up here. The last thing I want to mention is everything I've said to this point is relating to updates that are coming into version 10.01, which are available now. But a key thing that we're going to deal with in 10.02 is this issue of how GeosChem calculates air quantities. And the issue, I don't really have time to talk about this, but basically it calculates them with respect to moist air, and this should really be done with respect to dry air. So in a sense, these differences will actually overshadow some of the small flux differences in the fields that I've talked about earlier. So pretty much done. This is my last slide, just to say that there are a lot of talks and posters related to this working group that you could take a look at throughout the meeting. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick.
Thanks.
So the next talk will be given by Heng Liao from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and she'll be representing the Chemistry Climate Working Group.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Heng Liao from Chinese Academy of Sciences. Another co-chair of this working group is Xilian Wu from Michigan Technological University. Today, I'm going to talk briefly about the model frameworks that we use for chemistry climate studies. In the chemistry climate working group, we are interested in the interactions between chemistry and climate because gas phase species and greenhouse gases, tropospheric ozone and aerosols, they can influence climate, and climate change can influence concentrations and distributions of chemical species by altering emissions, chemical reactions, transport, and deposition. In the bottom side of the loop, people in our working group are also interested in ecosystems because ecosystems are sources and sinks of many important chemical species. People are interested in ecosystems also because of the many feedbacks between chemistry and ecosystems, and also feedbacks between climate and ecosystems. Here, I just gave you some examples of the interactions. Here, I want to point out that when we study chemistry chemical interactions, we are interested in relatively long time scales from interannual to decadal and to centennial time scales. For studies of chemistry and climate, we can use two of the frameworks shown here. We can use the standard geoscheme to examine the impact of climate variability on atmospheric chemistry on interannual to decadal timescales, depending on what kind of simulated meteorological fields you are using. For example, MERA datasets have meteorological parameters available for about 30 years, which allow us to do long-term simulation of variations in atmospheric chemistry. And the other model framework that we use is GCAP. In GCAP, we have meteorological fields generated from climate models. The archived meteorological fields are used to drive geoscheme simulation, and the archived meteorology can be used to drive land cover model and fire prediction models to provide land cover information and emissions for geoscheme simulation. So GCAP has been a very useful tool to study impact of climate change on land cover, biogenic emissions, fire emissions, and atmospheric chemistry. Now I want to give you some examples how we use some geoscheme model to study chemistry climate interactions. The standard geoscheme has been used to study historical changes in atmospheric chemistry. It is a very good tool for us to quantify the variations in different chemical species from interannual to decadal timescales. And it allows us to understand the drivers, whether the drivers were meteorological parameters or the drivers were the changes in emissions in the variations of different chemical species. By having such studies, we can help to interpret year-by-year variations in measurements. And also, such studies can help us to assess the effectiveness of short-term air quality control strategies. And then we use the GCAP model to study past and future changes in our atmospheres. Right now, there are 3 versions of GCAP are available. The first version was developed by Noretta Mickley in 2003. The first version of GCAP, the meteorological fields were generated in GISS Model 3 with a relatively close resolution of 4 degree by 5 degree. And the second version of GCAP was also developed by people working with Noretta Mickley. And they have 2 options with horizontal resolution, either 2 degree by 2.5 degree or 4 degree by 5 degree. The third version of GCAP was developed by Rockjin Park at National Seoul University. They generated meteorological fields from NCAS AESM with horizontal resolution of 2 degree by 2.5 degree. So the first version of GCAP has been used extensively to study for projections of future air quality. For example, there are many studies that looked at future changes in air quality and the transboundary transport of air pollutants for United States and for China. And the first version of GCAP has been used to simulate future changes in land cover and fire emissions. And for the second version of GCAP, it has been used, it has been applied to study panel and pre-industrial atmospheres. They have different time slices for meteorology, for present day, pre-industrial time, and for warm, last glacial maximum, and for cold, last glacial maximum. So the meteorological fields generated from GISS Model E were used to drive geoscheme simulation and used to test sensitivity of atmospheric chemistry to different key chemical processes shown here. And the third version of the geoscheme has been used to study future ozone and future oxidants under different representation concentration pathways by people in Rockjin Park's research group. Right now, I want to mention some important updates that will be very helpful for studies of chemistry and climate. The first one is the online radiative transfer model developed by Connate's group. And the other one is other RCP future emission scenarios in GeoSchem. These updates allow us to calculate future concentrations of gas phase species and aerosols, and to calculate direct radiative forcing of chemical species. About the future directions, so far the standard GeoSchem and the GCAP version of the GeoSchem, they are very good to look at one-way coupling between chemistry and climate to look at the impact of climate change on atmospheric chemistry. And we're looking forward to the two-way coupling between climate and chemistry with the development of the grid independent GeoSchem module. And when we have heard from Michael now that this module is already coupled by to GeoSchem Earth system models, and we are looking forward to couple the GeoSchem with many other Earth system models in the world. At least in China, many climate models are interested to have GeoSchem simulation in their climate models. So this is an issue we can discuss tomorrow at the working group meeting. So I look forward to see you in the working group meeting tomorrow afternoon. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
So I noted with interest this statement about the feedback relationship with terrestrial ecosystems, and you mentioned the relationship between isoprene emissions and the CO2, essentially CO2 fertilization. Is that a result of some coupling between a terrestrial ecosystem model and GeoSchem? Is that a step in a direction towards how we would interact with dynamic land surface models with atmospheric conditions, or is that just a one type study?
It's one option we need to have in the working group actually to look at the impact of CO2 isoprene emissions.
Is that a starting point for something that you hope to evolve as described here? Yeah.
The next speaker is Dylan Jones from the University of Toronto, and he's representing the Data Assimilation and Adjoint Working Group.
It went to the last slide. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, there we go. Okay, for this working group update, I decided that I would give you a brief overview of what are the data simulation capabilities that are available in GeoSchem, primarily for the benefit of the new people in the group this year. Yeah. So in data simulation, typically we have a model that is an imperfect representation of some state. And we're trying to combine that model with observations, which are also imperfect, to try to get a better description of the state. And the way we do that is by taking some kind of a penalty function or a cost function in which we try to minimize the weighted mismatch between the observations, y here, and our model simulation of the state, weighted by our prior knowledge of that state. So the state here could be the ozone distribution, for example, and our observations could be OMI total column observations. We have an observation operator that takes the model state, the model profiles, and maps it into the instrument space so that the model looks like an OMI total column, and then we look at that mismatch and try to minimize that mismatch. Okay. This, not surprisingly, is referred to as state optimization. Now, the evolution of this state is governed by the model equations. And the model that we have here is GeoSChem. So as we step forward in time, the evolution of that state depends on the model parameters. In the case of ozone, it would be determined by the precursor emissions, for example. Or for CO, we would have the CO emissions. And so we can instead optimize the sources. So we can optimize the model parameters using the model as a transfer function that relates the parameters to the observed state. Or alternatively, we can do a joint source state optimization. There are a number of different schemes available to do this optimization. These are the different data simulation schemes that are available with GeoSChem or that have been used with GeoSChem. There's a four-dimensional variational data simulation, 4D-VAR, which you've heard about already. That's been used for full chemistry, state, and source optimization, as well as for some of the offline simulations for CO2, methane, N2O source or flux estimation. The three-dimensional variational data simulation, which is a variant of the 4D-VAR, has been used for full chemistry state estimation, and the common filter has been used for primarily state estimation for full chemistry as well as the CO2 state estimation problem. The ensemble common filter has been used for the longer-lived gases for CO2 and methane for the flux inversion problem, and we've also used a variant of the ensemble common filter, the local ensemble transformed common filter, LETKF. It's quite a mouthful, and that is used as well, has been used as well for the CO2 and methane flux inversion problem. Now, much of the work with GeoSChem actually is done with the 4D-VAR system. You probably got a sense of that already from the discussions we've had this morning. And the way the 4D-VAR scheme works is that if we are interested in assimilating observations over some time period, we call an assimilation window, could be 2 weeks, 1 month. With 4D-VAR, we're adjusting the initial state to optimize the model trajectory over that assimilation period so that we better match the observations that are distributed over that time period. So another way of looking at it is in space, phase space, state space, if we have our initial trajectory or prior trajectory that looks like this, these are our observations distributed over a time interval. We're trying to adjust the model state at the beginning of this assimilation period so that we better match the observations over this whole time period. So we have a very smooth description of the model, the optimized model that more closely matches the data. In contrast with 3D-VAR, we don't have that time dependence, that time element. 3D-VAR, as we step through the assimilation period, we optimize the state using only the observations that we have available at the time when we decide to do the optimization. So it's sequential. Whereas the 4D-VAR, we describe it as being smoother. So it gives you a smooth description of the state. And so in some ways, the 4D-VAR is actually a superior scheme compared to the 3D-VAR. The common filter is also sequential, like 3D-VAR. As you step through the assimilation window, it uses only the observations that are available at the time you decide to do the optimization. So you get these changes in the state over time that don't give you a very smooth trajectory through state space in contrast to the 4D-VAR scheme. So it is very similar to 3D-VAR, but with a fundamental difference, which is that the error covariances in the 4D-VAR scheme can be propagated in time using the model equations, similar to 4D-VAR. Whereas for 3D-VAR, the covariances are static, and that's a problem. Now, even though in theory the 4D-VAR propagates the covariances, a major challenge with the 4D-VAR scheme is that it's very hard to save the full covariance matrix. The state space usually is quite large, on the order of anywhere from 10 to the 4 to 10 to the 6. So saving that full matrix is not practical. And that makes it very challenging to take advantage of the fact that you have this ability to propagate the covariance information with 4D-VAR. Instead, we often save an approximation of the covariance matrix for the 4D-VAR scheme. This is why there's growing interest in using ensemble approaches to characterize the covariance matrix. Stephen Pawson this morning talked about the fact that at GMAO, they're doing a combined ensemble approach with their 4D-VAR scheme that they're moving to characterize the covariances. And in this case, we start with some initial distribution of model states. So we have some number of model states, n sub ENS. and we propagate those states forward in time, and we can determine the error covariance from the time evolution of this ensemble of states. So we can look at the spread of these this ensemble to determine what the actual model error covariance is. Okay? Now, the LETKF that I mentioned is a variant of this in that it transforms the problem and it does the analysis only in the state, in the space of the ensemble members. And that's hugely important because the number of ensemble members that we typically use is less than 100, whereas the state space, as I said, can vary from anywhere from 10 to the 4 to 10 to the 6. So it's a much more computationally efficient way of doing the assimilation. Yeah. So now I'm just going to quickly show you some of the recent applications of data assimilation. This is work that's being done by Thomas Walker at JPL using the common filter to simulate new joint Ayres-OMI ozone retrievals. This is just showing the change in ozone in August of 2006 from this assimilation. Thomas has a poster this afternoon. Please drop by and you can learn more about what he's doing. We've been working for the last couple of years on implementing a weak constraint 40var in the source optimization problem. We assume that the mismatch between the model and the data comes only from biases in the parameter we're optimizing. And here we're trying to find a way to calculate the errors associated with biases in other parameters that are not being optimized. Martin Keller will talk about that tomorrow. I'm running out of time. We've seen some work from Thomas Walker looking at optimizing ozone deposition using nested 40var. And we've been using the model for boundary conditions for nested simulations. Very nice work has been done by Zhengji Liu at JPL comparing 40var and the ensemble common filter approach. And very recently, we have very nice development from Andrew Xu at CSU, in which he is taking the GSChem model and embedded it into the ensemble common filter approach from Carbon Tracker to create a GS Carbon Tracker, which is quite nice. So just to summarize, over the last couple of years, we've seen some very nice developments. We've increased the suite of observation operators for simulating satellite data products. We have implemented the nested full chemistry 40var. We have joint source state optimization capability, multi-species 40var, and now the weak constraint 40var. Gavin mentioned work that Nicolas Buceres has done in improving our ability to calculate covariances for the 40var scheme, as well as this, and now we have this new GS Carbon Tracker. In the working group meeting tomorrow, there are a number of things that we'll talk about, but two things that I think are important is we need to think about how we efficiently do data simulation with this new massively parallel GSChem that's available to us. And then we need to think about how we make the ENKF capability more easily accessible to the rest of the GSChem community. Thank you.
There's time for one really quick question.
I'm in the very
NCAR has done quite a bit of work on DART, the Data Simulation Research Test Bed. Is there work going on connecting GSChem to DART, or is it something that's worth thinking?
It is a possibility. It's a resource that is supported by NCAR that we could take advantage of. There has been a fair bit of investment over the years by Paul Palmer's group in putting together this ensemble common filtering capability. Andrew Xu has also done that. And for the last 2 years, we've been talking about taking the efforts that they've done and making it more easily accessible, making the work that has come out of that effort more easily accessible to the community. So in a sense, we've already done a lot of the hard work in developing this capability. It's just that we don't have a standardized way of supporting it and making it available to the community the way we do for the 40var scheme.
But there is interest
in doing that.
Thanks, Dylan. We're going to have to move on and stay on schedule. So the next speaker is Noelle Saline from MIT, and she's representing Mercury and POPs.
Hi, everyone, and thanks. I'm going to give you a quick overview of what the Mercury and POPs working group is doing. On behalf of myself and the other co-chair of this group, Elsie Sunderland, we're the outgoing chairs. Chris Holmes and Jenny Fisher are the incoming co-chairs. So Last time I gave, at IGC6, I gave a top 10 reasons you should attend the Mercury POP session. I realize that most people in this room don't actually work on mercury and persistent organic pollutants. But I thought this time that was a little bit too gimmicky, and maybe I should give more of an overview of the science. So mercury and persistent organic pollutants, what are they and why are we concerned about them? So we're concerned about mercury because mercury and persistent organic pollutants because they're atmospheric toxics. They're really dangerous to human health. Mercury accumulates in fish as methylmercury and poses neurological and developmental risks. Persistent organic pollutants are chemicals like in GeoSchem already, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls. They are long-lived, bioaccumulate, and pose toxic risks, carcinogenic risks in particular. And they're interesting in the context of modeling because global transport of persistent organic pollutants and mercury in the atmosphere pose risks far from their sources. So what we're interested in is how they travel, what kind of chemistry they undergo on the way, and where they get to. So, that's really the motivation of why mercury and persistent organic pollutants are really a cool problem. And so, in particular, I wanted to go through the history of mercury in the GeoSchem model. So I did this by looking at the history of the IGC meetings, and you'll notice that mercury is relatively new. In the first IGC meeting, we only had really a simple mercury atmosphere. We have a first presentation on mercury in the global atmospheric budget session at the second meeting. First full mercury session was until IGC 3. Our first POP simulation came up in IGC 5. And so we have a couple of different trends that I wanted to highlight. One is we're increasingly linking the mercury and persistent organic pollutants, because they're so long-lived, to the ocean and the land surface. So this becomes an ongoing theme, thinking more about what's happening within the ocean and within the land. The other ongoing theme that's going on within mercury and POPs is the expansion of the number of substances we're dealing with. So we've started out with just mercury. We added PAHs. We're now adding PCBs in the POPs category. Also, there's work going on PFOS and PFOA, other POPs. And this time we have the first non-mercury metal, which is arsenic, Shiliang Wu's work. So this is really exciting. And my suggestion is maybe we should talk about the metals and POPs working group as opposed to the mercury and POPs working group. So focusing in on the science questions a little bit. I wanted to link the work into 4 big questions about metals and POPs. What are the atmospheric processes that control their fate and transport? How do we explain their levels and trends? What will happen under future climate, and will policies make a difference? So under atmospheric processes, when we think about mercury, the big one is its atmospheric chemistry. Elemental mercury is long-lived in the atmosphere. It oxidizes into Hg2, reactive gaseous mercury, also combined to particles. We previously thought that the main oxidant of mercury in the atmosphere, which controls basically the lifetime of mercury because Hg2 is more soluble and rains out more efficiently. We previously thought it was OH. Chris Holmes' work showed that bromine chemistry could explain the global features and included that in the GeoSchem simulation. And there have been recent suggestions that we might be missing some oxidation pathways. There's also a question of whether reduction occurs, whether in power plant plumes or elsewhere. So this will be a topic that will be talked about extensively at IGC7 and also in the working groups. My work, as well as Hannah Horowitz, will have a presentation on this theme, and Viral Shah. So if you remember anything, oh no OH. So for POPs, there's some very similar questions. For PAHs, they do intersect with aerosols, probably black carbon, not SOA, but thinking about that interaction is important in understanding their long-range transport. In addition, parametric uncertainty is a big issue, particularly for POPs, where these rate constants, and this is also the case for mercury, are not well known. So this is really a test bed where you can think about using the different parameterizations of uncertainty. Going quickly through this, how to explain levels and trends. We have new data from the Southern Hemisphere and new inverse methods. Xiaoji Song, Helen and Go, and Aurélien Demergue will talk about this in the sessions. What will happen under future climate? We can think about mercury associated with, this is from Jenny Fisher's work, associated with the surface and what's happening in climate, heating up the surface, increasingly influencing the atmosphere. Carrie Frieden's work showed that the pH climate signal can be seen in the high Arctic. So thinking about climate is important when you have these multimedia pollutants. And finally, will policies make a difference? We have not one but two global treaties in our group, in our working group, the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, and most recently the Minamata Convention on Mercury. There's some important presentations looking at what the effect of those global treaties are. I think we are the only working group with a global treaty, never mind two. So think about that for CO2. And just finally, I might have time for a couple of questions. I wanted to thank my outgoing co-chair and the incoming co-chairs, Jenny and Chris, and look forward to an interesting discussion at our working group meeting and during our session. Thanks. Yes.
Bill, could you comment a little bit on the role of the MIT GCM, the ocean model, the status with coupling with GCM, and since you put us on notice, how you see the relationship between some of the parameterizations between the two and the carbon cycle?
So yeah, Elsie Sunderland's group has been working toward that. I expect it to be a really interesting topic of discussion at the working group session. We do have a version, as far as I know, that's running coupled with the MIT GCM for a couple of persistent organic pollutants, and really looking at the interactions. The kinds of things that are important for persistent organic pollutants aren't necessarily the same that we need for CO2. So I think I look forward to ongoing discussions, and I think Elsie, who will be here tomorrow for our working group meetings, can talk about that in more detail. Other.
Thanks, Noel. Our next speaker is Dylan Malay from the University of Minnesota. He's representing the organics.
Well, now I'm glad I went and cut out all my Justin Bieber slides because they would have seemed redundant. So I'm going to just give you a little bit of an introduction and overview of the organics working group and encourage you to come to our breakout meeting, which is tomorrow, which is actually joint with the chemistry working group at 4:30. So I'm Dylan Malay. I'm co-chair of the organics working group along with Emily Fisher from CSU. So I wanted to start with a little history of organics in GeoSchem. So this is showing basically the number of organic tracers in the standard version of the model. And so in version 1, back in 1998, we had 17 organic tracers. And we stayed with that configuration. About 5 years in, we added a few to do with sulfur and nitrogen, namely DMS and MSA. But other than that, we basically had the same sort of treatment of organic tracers for about a decade and a half. And a few years ago, bromine chemistry came into the standard version of the model, which added a few halogenated organics. And then just a year or so ago, the Caltech isoprene scheme became standard, and that bumped us up to 32 organic tracers. So just in the past few years, we've had about a 70% increase in the number of organic tracers that we're carrying around in the model, which is a pretty big increase. Of course, organics have always been about twice as important as the inorganics in the model. So that's been stable. So we can compare that to, so this is the same data plotted down here. So that's a 70% increase, but it's actually, we're still at a very small fraction of what's present in the atmosphere. And so this is just one example of one study where they reported data from a time-of-flight mass spectrometer and reported about this many peaks in the spectrum. And we know that these instruments are themselves only sensitive to a subset of compounds in the atmosphere. And so clearly, we're not going to be explicitly representing all of these anytime soon, nor should we want to necessarily, but I think we do need to sort of, as we get more and more information from the instruments in the field, we need to think about how well this very small subset is capturing the kind of tendencies that we want to simulate, whether it be mass or reactivity or volatility or coupling to oxidants or nutrients or aerosols. Okay, so at this meeting, you'll see a lot of really exciting work related to organics and geochem, and I just wanted to kind of highlight some of those to kind of whet your appetite. There's work going on using surface measurements to look at biogenic fluxes and their impacts all over the world, looking at anthropogenic emissions, for example, related to oil and gas or highly reactive urban VOCs. There's been a lot of work over the past several years trying to unravel and understand isoprene chemistry, and there's some presentations looking at the implications of isoprene chemistry in today's atmosphere, here on effects on oxidants, and in the past. And then, of course, that chemistry is coupled to the nitrogen cycle, and work by Jenny Fisher and Katie and others looking at how that chemistry affects, the nitrogen budget, the fate of NOx, and so forth, using recent field data. Work using satellite data to understand the yield of secondary organic aerosol and VOC uptake by aerosol. And then of coupling to ozone regionally and globally. And there's a lot of work also looking at budgets of oxygenated VOCs like acetone and PAN and an array of other compounds using sort of an ensemble of global data sets. Okay, and then let's see, where are we? And then an expanding use of satellite data to understand issues related to organics, emissions from biogenic and anthropogenic and biomass burning sources. And there's some really interesting work, I think, that I wanted to highlight here at the end related to land-atmosphere coupling. So for example, Amos is working on sort of a coupled prognostic treatment of the interactions between ozone, plant leaf area index, and then corresponding impacts on VOC emissions and then impacting ozone, and sort of that coupled system. And then Jeff Geddes is going to, I think, present tomorrow, work on a new land use module that puts together kind of a coupled self-consistent treatment of, plant functional type leaf area index, emissions, deposition, in a way that's much sort of more self-consistent than what we're doing right now. So right now we're treating those sort of separately and not necessarily in a self-consistent way. So I think that's pretty exciting. Okay, did I go the right way? No. Okay, so this is kind of part of what we'll talk about in our breakout. There's a few updates in 10.1 that are relevant for organics, including some anthropogenic and biomass burning emission updates, an update to the Megan treatment using a more sophisticated treatment of plant functional types to compute emissions, and then some other updates that could go into the standard model that we need to discuss and prioritize. And so that includes sort of ongoing updates to isoprene chemistry, organic nitrates, terpenes, Krieges, and some of the land atmosphere coupling that I was just talking about. I'm going to get us back on schedule here. And then kind of some potential issues to discuss in terms of laying out the future for organics and geochem. Just for example, some questions that occurred to me and that were brought up to me in my discussions with the working group. So monoterpenes in the standard model, is 0 enough? That's what we have right now. How should we treat are we treating bidirectional fluxes with the land surface in an appropriate way? Do we need LAI for specific years? Right now we have 2008 is the latest LAI year we have. Is that a problem? And then a question of, what's the best way to keep pace with we're getting more and more rapid updates in terms of chemical mechanisms and observed species from the field. What's the best way to keep up with that in terms of the compromise between, comprehensiveness and efficiency and kind of keeping the model at the forefront of the science versus kind of overreacting to every individual study that comes out. This is sort of what I brought up at the beginning. How well does our current subset of tracers capture what we want to capture in terms of the full suite? Our chemical lumping, I think, was state of the science in 1998. Is it still appropriate for what we're trying to do? And then, other issues and challenges that I hope will come out of this meeting and then will be brought up by members of the community in the working group. So that's it. I'll stop there. And if there's any questions, I'll take them now. Thanks. Danielle has his hand up in here, so I don't know if you can see.
What about aromatics?
Yeah, that's another good one I could put on the list here. So we have, aromatics treated in some of the like SOA simulations and so forth, but not in the standard model. That's a good point, to discuss. Thank you.
So my question is in the sense that, I think some of Colette's work showed that we have fundamental problems with the simulation of organics. Colette did part of it too, entropy of vaporization. But anyway, is it likely that is pointing to some fundamental shortcomings in our emission inventories of organic things like aromatics, things like C15 and higher alkanes, long-chain alkanes? In relation to your fourth point there, how best to keep pace with, I wonder if we could have certain things that we kind of look at things like SOA distribution in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I think that's a good point in terms of, what are you trying to simulate? And the mechanism grew out originally out of trying to simulate ozone, and we sort of grouped things like ALK4 together, and which probably doesn't work so well for long chain alkanes relevant for SOA production. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So our next speaker is Matthew Adams from the University of York, and he represents Oxford's chemistry working group.
Hello.
Cheers. For which there's a substantial overlap with the organics working group, and hence why we're going to try and pull off the feat of having two working groups working at the same time. So hopefully we won't have any fighting. Okay, so I'm here to talk about the chemistry working group. So this has been historically over the last few years, a co-production between me and Jingju Mao. He's left the GeosChem fold, so if you ever see him, turn your back. I believe that's the established way which we show what happens to people who leave. And we're going to be joined by Baron Henderson, who's going to come and co-chair now. So Baron, if you want to kind of... So if you have any questions about the chemistry, I'm now going to divert them all onto Baron, rather than having to deal them myself. And just to be kind of clear over what we kind of have responsibility for, it's the sort of standard, vanilla, boring GeosChem chemistry scheme, and the kind of the integrators and the photolysis that kind of comes with that. And the chemistry scheme's been updated in a fairly organic, ignore the pun, way over the last few years, where we've kind of taken in bits of work that people have done in the community, and we've moved them into sort of the standard version of GeosChem. There's a couple of things in there which are not just the organic kind of day-to-day updates, and probably the most important of those is the fact that we now have an online stratospheric chemistry, and I think we need to think about how much that is a standard, how much is that a not standard, how do we deal with that in the community. So there's a lot of things in there to do with isoprene. This is a perennial problem. We still scientifically don't understand exactly what's going on with isoprene. And as Dylan was saying, I think we need to think about how the flow of papers making changes to the chemistry scheme and suggesting change to the chemistry scheme, how we cope with this, because there's an ongoing flow of information about changes to isoprene, and it's trying to keep up to date with that is kind of difficult. So there have been some updates in 9.2, 10.1, which are just basically the kind of housekeeping on updating things like photolysis rates, updating bits and bobs of the chemistry. Where are we kind of going with the chemistry scheme? We'll carry on with this kind of bug fixing, updating of the chemistry scheme. We've got some things that are coming down the line which will have some impact on things like the ozone and the OH simulation. So bromine chemistry, Johann Schmidt has got improvements to the bromine chemistry, which will make the bromine chemistry more active. Thomas Sherwin in my group has got an iodine scheme for GeosChem, and all of these will tend to reduce the ozone concentration in the model and probably reduce the OH, although that's not entirely obvious. We have as I said, this ongoing flow of updates to the isoprene chemistry, which are coming from the community, and we need to think about how we keep up to date with that and how much we chase the latest paper versus how much do we hold back and wait to look for consensus. And it's likely that there will be an ongoing updates to things like NOx and HOX chemistry, which we need to take into account. Things that are coming along, as I said, we now have a full chemistry simulation in the stratosphere, and we need to think about how we deal with that. Is that a separate simulation which will have a separate working group? Is that going to come into the chemistry working group? And I think we need to have a conversation about where do we see this simulation as part of the standard simulation. We have this ongoing problem with isoprene where it keeps being updated and people keep making changes, and how do we deal with that? And we have the never quite appearing FlexChem, which is a better implementation of KPP, which is sort of there, but it might not be quite there, and we need to have a bit of a chat about how we're going to do that. And Mike is smiling at me, and I'll have a conversation. We will try and see where we are with that and what we need to do to get that kind of going, which will remove the SMV gear side of GeosChem and the hacked KPP side of GeosChem and clean things up. And I think that this is coming, but we're not quite there yet. I thought it was kind of interesting to kind of have a think about where we are compared to other models and what have we got and what have we not got. There's been some comment about the history of GeosChem coming from essentially a global ozone perspective, where things like methane and ethane were seen as being the most dominant source of organic production reactivity. As we get to smaller grid scales, more reactive VOCs become more important on producing ozone on these smaller grid scales. And we do need to think quite carefully about whether the chemistry scheme that we've got fits all the needs of all of the users. So if we're going to be running essentially at 12-kilometer resolution, methane is not the most important VOC for producing ozone at a 12-kilometer resolution. We don't have any aromatics. If you're interested in SOA production, aromatics come into that. And we have our zero terpenes, the right number of terpenes. And at the moment we have zero. Other chemistry mechanisms, if you look at what they've got in NCAR, at least has some acknowledgement that terpenes exist, which we just ignore them. We don't have any chlorine chemistry. ClNO2 has been molecule du jour for a while, and it may be that we need to think about that. Isoprene, if we tarmacked the planet, I would be happy. Frankly, isoprene is a dirty word, and we should have to think about it. But I think there are other things where we've got a paper out on HO2 uptake onto clouds. What do the roles as clouds play in processing? There's a sense that we may need to think about some of those things. So these are a couple of thoughts at the end. One of which is we have a project in York which is going to be trying to do mechanism comparison, mechanism generation, just dealing with mechanisms in a new way. If you have an inherent interest in chemical mechanisms and their details, come to York and come and work with us. We have a cool new project which will attempt to archive all the mechanisms used by all the models, chemical models around, atmospheric chemistry models around the world, and try and have them in a single coherent database. And finally, my perennial comment to everybody who just assumes the chemistry in the model is right. One person's research topic is another person's boundary condition. The chemistry in the model is not right. And if you listen to Ben Newsom's talk, which is coming up today, he's going to talk about some of the work that we've been looking at uncertainty analysis on the model. And there are quite large uncertainties even in the known knowns. So the chemistry that we think is right is still fairly uncertain. And that's me. Has anybody got any questions? Loretta.
What is FlexChem and why is it better?
FlexChem is a better implementation of KPP than what we've got at the moment. So if you want to change the chemistry at the moment within KPP, it's a bit of a nightmare. And FlexChem will be more flexible for allow you to change the chemistry in the model. So all the work that we do, we'll do in SMV gear because it's just easier. Danielle?
So Matt, a lot of the things that you said are still missing from the standard version or in various threads being used by various people in this room. And I think some important tasks will be what should we be putting in the standard model to not to be overreacting. I wanted to bring up Hono. That's one you didn't mention.
Yep.
We still have plain vanilla Hono. Some people say we should be fancier about this. What should we do?
I don't know.
Oh no.
Oh no. Exactly, and I think there is a kind of a conceptual problem here on how responsive are we to the latest trends in the community and how much should we just represent the consensus perspective. And I think it's not obvious what the solution is to that one. I mean, I think there's lots of things. I mean, we could produce a very chemically detailed model which would not be able to run. And I think there's a balance between where we are at the moment and where we want to, where we'd like to get to. How are we doing for time, Colette? Too many hands. Okay, John.
So in terms of the missing or updates on the chemical mechanism, which parameter or which species do you think is the most important thing to do for the next version?
I think that depends absolutely on the question that you're trying to ask, and I think different people will come up with different answers. Sorry? So I don't think it's for me to make that choice. I think it's for people to come and make suggestions and we kind of think about it. I mean, isoprene, we can carry on improving the chemistry of that for the rest of my lifetime, I think. Prasad?
Where do you think we are in terms of global oxidative farm? Global knowledge, again, lifetime,
So I don't think we've improved the quality. I don't think we've reduced the uncertainty of the understanding of that in about 15 years. The numbers seem to have been plus or minus about this.
Yes.
Okay, so, and I think the more interesting question is why is the model too hot? And we'll put in halogens and that will quieten it down a bit, but is it being quietened down for the right reasons? Biogenic ethane. I think that's a organic working group. That's a come to the working. Yeah, I mean, if people want this kind of thing, they should come to the working group and they should lobby for, the inclusion of their code into the standard version of the model. Last question.
Dylan mentioned that if you go to high resolution, possibly the lumping scheme is good. Do we also need to revisit the distinction between tracers and species?
Yep.
That's already done. It became necessary to minimize memory. Not a thing.
All right, thanks, Matt. The next speaker is Lin Zhang from KU, and he's representing the nested working group.
Hi.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. So it's my great pleasure to introduce you the nested model working group and report the recent developments. The nested model working group is chaired by Yuxuan Wang at Texas A&M and Tsinghua, and by Jun Wang at University of Nebraska Lincoln, and by me. Now, the motivation to use a nested model is very straightforward. We want to run GeoScan at a higher resolution. The GEOS grid resolution is increasing from 1 degree with GEOS 3 to half degree with GEOS 5, and now to quarter degree with GEOS FP. For global simulation, we downgrade the resolution to 4x5 or 2x2.5. And running the native GEOS resolution globally is not affordable for most of us at present. So back in 2004, Yuxuan developed the nested grid capability, which is running very well over the domains of North American Europe, and China with boundary conditions from the global simulation. Now, a major development since IGC 6 is a quarter-degree nested grid simulation. This is a joint work by Harvard, Dalhousie, Tsinghua, Peking, and also University of Wollongong. And it has provides a near real-time data analysis for the Seekers campaign. So this movie is from Karen Yu at Harvard, showing the quarter-degree simulation over North America during the Seekers campaign. It's showing the carbon monoxide at 850 hectopascal. And we can see at the quarter resolution, we're really down to the resolution comparable to regional models. And the model can better represent the small scales in emission, topography, and also transport. Now, the quarter-degree nested model is also working well over the China domain. And this is led by Yu Xuan at Tsinghua. And this figure shows the evaluation of the quarter-degree nested model at over China with PM 2.5 measurements over the 3 areas. The black one is measurements, and the blue one is quarter-degree resolution, and the red is global simulation at 2.5. We can see with the quarter-degree simulation, we have a higher correlation and also reduced bias. You can check Yao's poster for more information. Now, running the quarter-degree simulation is very slow. It may take a week for 1 month simulation and might scare you away. But I want to let you know we do have a trick to save some time. So now we have a flexible buffer zone. Buffer zone is where we replace the nested grid with a boundary condition. So now we have a flexible buffer zone. You can define it if you only are interested in part of the domain. So this shows an example when we only run the quarter-degree simulation over the North China. That can reduce the computational time. Now, moving to emissions. For the nested grid, we do have stronger needs for high-resolution emissions. One update led by Jun Wang at University of Nebraska Lincoln is implementing the FIN fire emissions. FIN is fire emissions from ANCA. It has daily and 1 kilometer horizontal resolution. So Jun has processed all the FIN fire emissions during 2002 to 2014, which can be used by regional and global GeoScan. So this figure shows evaluation of the FIN emission over Southeast Asia, comparing AOD measurements at 4 sites. And we do see a good agreement with measurements in blue, and also we see strong influence over Southeast Asia. You can check the poster by Jun Zhu for more information. Now we also have a two-way nesting capability developed by Jingtai Lin's group at PKU. For the two-way nesting, we can run global simulation at 2x2 and 2.5, and then two-way coupled with multiple domains at half a degree resolution. And this two-way nesting model has been evaluated against HIPPO measurements of carbon monoxide. They do see red compared with the global model. The two-way carbon model is 10 pb higher and also has a better agreement with HIPPO measurements. And there is a presentation by Yan on day 4. You can hear more about the nested models. So there are also some ongoing developments by, for example, by Jun Wang, benchmarking the nested model over North America. And also we are a joint work by Tsinghua, Nebraska, and PKU Dalhousie is to develop the half-degree nested model with the JAWS FP met field. So we are adding more flexibility for the nested grid resolution. And also there are ongoing work by Eloise and Matt to develop the nested model over Africa. So I apologize if I miss your ongoing developments, and you are welcome to join our model meetings tomorrow afternoon, so we can hear and discuss your needs on nested model. And also you're welcome to sign up the email list for the nested model. So my last slides, I just put together some presentations and posters using the nested model. So this should be it's not an incomplete list. So yeah, you'll hear more nested model simulations. With that, I'll stop and be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
I was wondering about this buffer zone. Is this something you can specify at runtime that you want to do a run over smaller windows and are fixed nested domains?
Right, it's proportional to the number of grids. So, so by reducing the number of grids we run at quarter degree, then we are reducing the computational time. So it's quite proportional to the number of grids.
But you can specify this at runtime. You don't need to cut another set of map fields.
Yes, yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But it just saving time. It does saving the memory used. Kevin?
So as we move towards a broader set of domains, I'm sure in the future South America will become an area of interest. Is there any challenges with the archiving of high-resolution meteorological data over large periods of time? Now you're essentially getting close to covering the whole coast, each one of these different domains. Is there any, does that seem to be a
Yes, I think that's possible, especially with the MPI GeoScan. So if we have enough storage, we can keep the whole map field and only specify which domains we want to run over the nested region. And
expanding out, right? So you have multiple years, multiple domains, you have to archive those.
yeah, yes, right now, yes, we archive map field over different domains. Right, is that your?
The storage requirements themselves is of interest to me. Is that becoming a challenge? Because that should start getting into terabyte scale.
Yes, yes, I think so, right. Aaron?
I was just wondering with the developments for the massive parallelization and such, is there any vision to make a system where you don't have to cut individual map fields and do it on the fly? You can specify individual grid cells that you just want to do high resolution, say, populated areas, and get away from having to want this geographic region. Because if you're just doing each column independently, you should be able to tie together really in a very different way. I was wondering if there's any movement in that sort of direction.
Yeah, I think I can see that's that coming with the MPI GeoScan and how we can make the nested model more flexible. Right. I think that should be a question we can discuss tomorrow. And I don't have a quick answer for that. Yeah. Okay, sure. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chen Zhang from Tsinghua University. So we recently changed the name from South End Sync Working Group to South End Surface Optic Working Group. So this working group is co-chaired by Jintai Lin from Peking University and myself. So we are dealing with flux emitted from surface to atmosphere and uptake from atmosphere to the surface. So including anthropogenic, biogenic biomass burning, as well as some volcanic and other sources. So here we list the updates from last GeoScan meeting. So we have two version releases. So this page lists updates in version 9.2. So I think most of them are now reprocessed and implemented through Hemco, including, I think, several important updates, including like new soil emission module, aircraft emission inventory, and updates of GFED and several regional emission inventories. And in version 10, so after implementing the Hemco emission component, so we have tons of updates with the major updates of emission inventories. We retired the EDGAR version 3 and replaced with EDGAR version 4, and updated several regional emission inventories, including covering North America, Europe, and Asia. We also include GFED4 and FIN biomass burning emission inventories. So with chemicals, as mentioned by Daniel and Christoph, so it's now much easier to implement new emission inventory in GeoSCAM model. So now we replaced almost all global and regional data sets in the through Hemco, and I believe we will add more and more into that. So one challenge is how to keep standard emission data sets as we have done before. So this remains a challenge, and we may need to discuss in our later. So here I will list several key updates in emissions. So this is the EDGAR version 4.2 from 1970 to 2008, available at 0.1 horizon resolution. So, but I need to point out that such high resolution of global inventory, basically many of the sectors are just downscaled by proxies. So you may want to still overlap with the regional inventory with real high resolution. So that rather than use high resolution grids in EDGAR. One point is that recently I think they just released another version 4.3. So I think it's easy to update to another version through Hemco. Also now we have GFED4 recently. So it's update to 2013 with a few updates you can check on GeoSCAM website as well as their GFED website. So GFED4 is the original temporal resolution is monthly, but Hemco provides scaling factors to daily and 3-hour emissions from GFED3. We do have several other global inventories, including message ammonia inventory, HTAP, FIN and AIC, recently implemented in. So message is a good example of integration of bottom up and top down. So message user process-based model to provide more reasonable and accurate estimate considering the impact of dynamic fertilizer use and meteorological condition on ammonia emissions. So HTAP is another new one. So if you participate in HTAP experiments, so you can use that. It's based on Edgar, but also including NEI, EMAP, and mixed Asia inventories. So here's a few regional inventories. We updated the EMAP and the NEI regularly. We also recently implement a new Asian emission inventory. It's also a mosaic with the integration of a lot of local inventory data within Asia. So also a few projections data. So here I list a few challenges in source and source emissions. And we have a discussion on Wednesday afternoon. So welcome to join us for discussion. Thank you.
And would another challenge be keeping up with current emissions? Because I think that right now we're up to 2008, right? But after that, we want to do a simulation present day. We don't have to maybe use some scaling factors or.
Yeah, bottom-up inventories always have a time lag because of available statistics. So most recently, data we can get is around 2010. So because Edgar version 4.3, they provide emission global default for 2010. And for three key regional inventories, NEI, our mix, and the EMAP, we all have 2010 estimates. But beyond the 2010, we still need applying scaling factors to the base year.
So by comparing the top-down and bottom-up emission inventories, so I wonder how large is the discrepancy between these two? For example, in terms of the carbonaceous aerosol emissions.
There are always huge discrepancies between top-down and bottom-up. So, for example, for carbonates, I think if we take Asia as an example, top-down estimates always higher than bottom-up estimates by like 50% or so. But yeah, maybe now we have better agreements like NOx, SO2 for this species where emissions almost from large emitting sources. But for CO, black carbon, where emissions are largely contributed by small and scattering sources, it's still very uncertain.
So at present, do you have any suggestions? So which one is more accurate for us to use? Because usually we have a lot of choices to select the emission inventory because a lot of groups are doing this. So in terms of the top-down and bottom-up, which one currently is more accurate?
Yeah, in the model, so we do not recommend to use like a top-down inventory in that. We have a lot of discussions before we decide to still use bottom-up rather than top-down because you know, top-down, for top-down approach, we do not have a standard approach, and one top-down approach you always get results for one species. but we do have correlations between different species. So when you apply top-down inventory for one species, but keep the bottom-up for another species, this will introduce additional uncertainty and inconsistency. So this is why we suggest to use bottom-up. But we encourage to use top-down information to constrain different kind of information in bottom-up inventory, like temporal profiles, spatial distribution, something like that.
So I noticed both for EDGAR version 4.2 and for HTAP, they have available non-mapping VOCs, but in the tables they were excluded in terms of implementation. And I was curious if that was very intentional. There have been some efforts to speciate those, and I'm just wondering why we're not using those in the interest of consistency.
I don't think EDGAR or I don't think HTAP provides a speciated VOC. So you may check the HTAP N2 paper. I think just published in ACPD a few days ago. So they don't have a speciated scheme for anthropogenic VOC. So this is why I think we only use SO2 NOx. CO, BCOC, yeah, in HTAP, yeah.
Okay, that's it then. I want to thank Shania and thank all the working groups here.
Just to say that we're on to lunch now, and there's plenty of lunch options. Mike, what's that? No, the doors will not be locked. So make sure that you secure your personal property. No need to be paranoid, but you know, there's no security here. So plenty of lunch options. They're in your program. Also cafeteria next door is a pretty popular choice. We'll reconvene at 1:20 on the dot, so make sure you're on time. Thank you.